We will now reconvene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. This council meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, Ministerial Order number M139. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone in my capacity as Deputy Mayor. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we will have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Council is also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is on. The live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only, as council are participating in the meeting by phone. Presentations and votes results will be projected to viewers when available. May we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence for personal business. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova is in the chair. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Deputy Mayor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin with a moment of silence. The past days and weeks have once again shone a spotlight on the tremendous injustices of our society. We want to take a moment to stand with our employees and communities who are voicing their anguish, anger, and deep frustration. Please, Council, I'd ask that we take a moment together to pause. We have one item of urgent business on our agenda, and the first is a request for a leave of absence for Mayor Stewart for personal reasons from 3 p.m. onwards today. Is there a mover?
So move, Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Councillor Carr.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. All those in favor, say yay.
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 Yay. All those opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. And may we have a motion to recess?
So move, Councillor Carr.
Second, Hardwick.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr and Councillor Hardwick. All in favor, say yay.
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 Aye.
Yay.
Any nays? Any opposed? Say nay. That also carries unanimously. That means it's over to you for the continuation of the committee meeting. Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much, Chair DeGenova. I will call this reconvened meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities back to order on June 2nd, 2020. And apologies for having to repeat much of what Councillor DiGenova did, or Chair DiGenova just said, but this is a separate meeting, so I do have to repeat these statements. This meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, Ministerial Order Number M139. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Council is also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is on. The live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only, as council are participating in the meeting by phone. Presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kubi-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Great, thank you. I would like to go over the plan for the day. We have 5 member motions referred from the council meeting on May 26th to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on May 27th. Subsequently, due to time constraints, these motions have been referred to today. We will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene the Standing Committee at 6 p.m. Speakers should follow along by listening to the proceedings via the city's website regarding the progress of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. Should the business not be completed at today's meeting, the remaining items will go to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services agenda on Wednesday, June 10th, 2020. Item number 5, our first item, is enhancing COVID-19 revenue streams for smaller, unlicensed restaurants and cafes via temporary liquor licensing, which was moved by Councillor Bly and seconded by Councillor Kubi-Young. On May 27th, we heard from all registered speakers, and we will now continue with debate and decision. So, councillors, I leave it up to you. Is there any discussion? Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Carr. Yes, so we heard from speakers, and I have an amendment I would like to move. And that is, I'll wait for the clerk to pull it up on screen. Sorry, let me just switch over to my other screen. So these amendments essentially are a strike and replace of the original resolution put forth with the original motion, and the intention there is to reflect conversations with the province and with our staff in terms of the, I guess you could say, the correct order of things in order for us to be able to effectively follow through on jurisdictional policy change. So in short, the province would need some indication from the city that we have an interest in looking at what it would take to enable temporary liquor permits for our small unlicensed cafes and restaurants as articulated in the whereas clauses of this motion. So it is my hope that these amendments would be considered as a simpler and more straightforward approach to this motion, and that with the support of council, this could endeavor to be a more efficient and effective, faster turnaround in order to make the difference for the businesses that could be impacted in terms of the additional revenue streams outlined in the motion, which was part of the original intent of bringing this forward. So with that, I'll open. That's it.
Yes. Oh, that's fine. I'll move us to an amendment queue. So if any councillor wishes to speak to this amendment, please put yourselves on the queue. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, in your original motion, it talked about other restaurants and entertainment and looking at different options. I'm wondering why that was removed in this strike and replace. If that could be a question through the chair to the mover of the amendment.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Well, I have the original.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have the original motion here. I wonder if you could reflect the wording that, because I don't actually, I see here at the very end, it says significant segment of, so what it's saying is to support the economic survival of this significant segment of Vancouver's wider restaurant and entertainment sector. So it's more of a global statement. It's not necessarily taking something out. This motion specifically is addressing the viability of these smaller unlicensed restaurants and cafes as a sort of part of this broader ecosystem of the wider restaurant and entertainment sector. But the motion itself did not have any specific actions that pertained to the entertainment sector as a whole.
Okay,
so that's why it was removed.
Okay. And then I know that in our last conversation you talked about, or last meeting, you talked about maybe the ability to sell groceries and specialty items. Is that something that you're still looking at an opportunity that could be effective, or is it something that you no longer see as viable in this time?
Yeah, under the direction of staff, it seems to be something that ought to be kept separate from this motion itself. It's an important aspect in terms of businesses that are licensed under food primary. We saw some of these larger restaurants, when they weren't able to be open for regular in-house service, transitioned over to grocery sales. And that is actually part of what falls under retail. So there are two different license buckets. So to simplify the process, this motion specifically speaks to a group of businesses that actually can already sell groceries if they so chose. So it didn't seem applicable or germane to the intent of this motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Great, thanks, Councillor Weeb. Council, I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue to debate this amendment. So, Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could move us to a voting screen. Thank you. Again, this is the amendment tabled by Councillor. Councillor DiGenova, you haven't
My panel's frozen, so if I could receive a vote assist in favor, please.
Okay. Sorry, Madam Clerk, my screen show. Do you want us to vote again?
Chair Carr, could you? Yes. So we had to reset the voting. So if you could get council to vote again, please. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, if you could vote again on this, and Councillor DiGenova, you've asked for a vote assist in favor, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you need an assist?
Yes, Madam Chair, I did vote. Let me try that again. One moment, please. How's that?
That is unanimous. I have received it. Thank you so much. So that is unanimous. So Council, I will move us back to the main queue. And if you, Councillor Dominato, go ahead on speaking to the amended motion.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have circulated an amendment to the motion. I'm just waiting for it to come up on screen. While reading, briefly, it just adds just that with any recommendations that come forward to council that they include consideration for public health and safety. I appreciate that, we heard from both the VPD and VCH, and I think the least concern was actually around this motion because it be in places of employment where you have people with serving it right and so on. But I think it still needs to be reflected, as well as that when staff bring back recommendations, that there be consideration for the possibility of caps on the number of licenses per neighborhood, just given that I think the number we were given was roughly 1,400 or 1,500 limited food service licenses. So again, it's not a regimented, it's just that staff considered whether that would be necessary or helpful or beneficial. So those are the recommendations.
Great, thanks so much. I'm just going to put the, go ahead. And I know that other people got on the list. If you wish to speak to this amendment, councillors, I'm moving us to an amendment queue. So put yourself on this amendment queue if you wish to speak to the amendment just forwarded by councillor, or tabled by councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'm supportive of this amendment. I think it's a good addition, considering we did have our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Patty Daly, come and speak to council. I think probably more so because we've got this cluster of motions, and Deputy Chow, who specifically said he wasn't concerned about this motion at all. So I'm okay with leaving the safety piece in there. I think it's reflective of what we of an abundance of caution, I would say, and also interesting to consider caps on licenses, which is another thing that we heard could be an option that would satisfy Vancouver Coastal Health concerns. Councillor Dominato is correct that it's about 1,400 businesses that carry this type of license that and we are not hearing from nearly close to that 1,400, but we are hearing from significant businesses that say this would sort of be a make or break for them ongoing. So I am supportive and appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing it forward.
Great, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Thank you. I will speak in support of the amendment. I think it is responsive to the feedback that we heard, both from some members of the public as well as our Chief Medical Officer for Vancouver Coastal Health and Deputy Chow, as was mentioned. I think the intent here and the spirit, my assessment of this really was a desire to support business in their economic recovery, and particularly small business. But as was mentioned, 1,400 outlets that fall under limited food service across the city is very significant. And I do think that this signals council's recognition of the importance of a balance between economic recovery and public health, and recognizing that when the liquor review was done back in 2017 and the feedback from Patricia Daly that the amount of alcohol related harms do increase in correlation with the availability in terms of number of places and purchase access of alcohol. So I think this moves to strike the balance. I also note and I appreciate that Councillor Bly has language around temporary licensing extension here, and I think that speaks to it also. And I think the gentleman that spoke from Fresh Roots as well also advocated for a measured approach in terms of, I think we summed it up as balancing speed with smart policy after he gave his comments and remarks. So I think it's reflective of the sentiment out there, and I think it shows sort of a measured and responsible approach moving forward. So for those reasons, I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DeGenova, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Chair Carr. I was wondering if I could ask a point of information through you to staff.
Yes, I think the city manager is on the line.
Thanks very much. I appreciate this amendment. I just wanted to make sure that the language included in considering public safety and the language that Councillor Dominato has added here would mean that and people's health, that Vancouver Coastal Health and the VPD would be consulted alongside or by our city staff in this process.
Mr. City Manager.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. So if I understand it, the question is regarding the amendment and whether we would engage with Vancouver Coastal Health and Vancouver Police Department on the points related to public health and safety. And my, I guess, response is that we, as we had requested them to brief you earlier in the week last week, we would definitely intend to engage with them on these two issues.
Great. Thank you very much for that information. And I very much support this amendment. I think that it's a good addition and certainly offers some comfort. I won't go over what other council members have mentioned, but my concerns and the questions that I had asked was that there are some safe spaces that people feel that they can go where perhaps if they are in recovery from issues that involve alcohol, or alcohol is a trigger to them, or would in any way set them back in their recovery, that we would be considerate of that in how that's approached and how maybe we communicate that, especially with certain groups such as AA groups that often have smaller meetings in coffee shops or in cafe-like atmospheres that don't necessarily serve alcoholic beverages. I'm not saying that is true of everyone who's in recovery. Everyone has different comfort levels, but just knowing certain people, just from my own experience, that look for those places and those spaces, and also hearing from others, actually, in my time at council and on park board, that look for alcohol-free places to be. I want to make sure we're keeping that in mind, and that was a question I'd asked to Dr. Daly. So very happy to hear that our staff will be working along with Vancouver Coastal Health and the VPD to inform health and public safety as it pertains to this motion. Appreciate Councillor Dominato putting this forward, and I too will be supporting the amendment and hopefully the amended motion. That's all I'll say to that. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Councillor DiGenova. Councillors, I see no one else on the list, so I will ask Madam Clerk to move us to a vote on this amendment by Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, you haven't yet voted. That is unanimously passed. Okay, I'm going to move us back to the main queue. And Councillor Dominato, do you have anything more that you wish to say?
No, I will just add that supportive of the motion coming forward. I do know it addresses a number of limited food service organizations that hold that designations and license, who, it's been tough times during the pandemic, but even prior to the pandemic, we're looking for options to be able to support their local neighborhood and community and enable people to come in and drop in and have a glass of wine or a beer and to supplement their revenues in addition to other services they were providing. So I thank Councillor Bly for bringing it forward and happy to support it.
Great, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, sorry, I'm just going.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to support it kind of reluctantly. I am persuaded by what Dr. Daly said. I think that increasing access to booze increases health-related alcohol-related health problems. And in general, I think we should be reducing access to beer and booze. On the other hand, this will help, at least for a little while, create some jobs for people who need them. And the other liquor serving places right now are mostly down to about half capacity, so we're not increasing our overall capacity. And it's temporary, so I think we can try it out at least for now, so I'll be voting for it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Kirby-Young, you're next.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief and not repeat. I appreciate Councillor Bly bringing this forward. I appreciate the spirit of really working to support our small businesses as nimbly and effectively as we can during the COVID pandemic. I think Councillor Swanson noted very aptly that a lot of businesses are having to physically distance for other capacity, and so this may provide space for customers to spread out in more locations and enjoy those offerings. And so from that perspective, I support it. I did also have concerns and took very strongly worded cautions of Dr. Patricia Daly to heart around not wanting to have alcohol available pervasively everywhere. And I don't think that we want to be that kind of culture that suggests you need to have alcohol to have fun. But we also don't want to be sort of a, kind of regulated state that we don't enable people to sort of responsibly enjoy things in an organic way in their neighborhoods. And I think to me, that's about balance. And so I think the approach with putting some caps on that and looking at supporting those folks that really need it make a lot of sense. It worried me a bit when I heard about 1,400 locations, and I thought, wow, if every single coffee shop or Starbucks or individual coffee shop is serving up a shot of Bailey's alongside a coffee, I'm not sure that's where we want to go there. And I know that's not the spirit of this at all. But I think I'm sharing that as a way to kind of illustrate the point that that's why we sort of, as council, take in all of the feedback we get from the public and try to balance that with the expertise that we get from our officials, particularly in public health, and particularly at the time of a pandemic. So for that reason, I think that this does strike the balance moving forward. And I thank Councillor Bly for bringing it forward, and I'm happy to support.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Bly, to close.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I will just start by saying thank you to those councillors who have spoken in support. I won't repeat. You've hit the nail on the head with the original intent with this motion, as well as the importance of getting that broad range of feedback and expertise in our community and from our experts and stakeholders like we heard. So it sounds like there's a clear understanding of the intent of this motion. I hope that it is passed. I think anticipation of a potential second wave or ongoing in terms of recovery and what that really looks like. This is a provident policy move that I hope will be supported and could really make a difference for a number of businesses. And I reflect on the public hearing of last week, where Cafe Latana sort of outlined their process to transition from exactly what this license is into a food primary, and it's taken a couple of years and various sort of hoops that have to be gone through to make it a permanent. And this is simply looking for something temporary to see these businesses through, and perhaps they will eventually go through that process and apply as a food primary in order to be able to have that ongoing liquor. But we know that process is extremely long and expensive, and is very difficult to do in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we'd love to see those businesses on the other side of this, and they are, a number of them have remained open and kept employees employed, and also didn't necessarily qualify because of various reasons for a number of the federal supports. So this is a real signal, if this passes today, to those businesses that we're with them, and we value their connection to both the community and being an employer and being a part of those that they serve. And so with that, appreciate council's consideration of this motion. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Bly. And so, Council, that is the end of. I don't see any other people on the speakers list. So, Madam Clerk, if you can take us to a vote on the amended motion, please. Thank you. And that is passed unanimously. Great. So moving on to our next item, completes that one. And we are now on item 6, which is allowing responsible alcohol consumption in Vancouver parks and beaches, moved by Councillor Boyle and seconded by Councillor Fry. Before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers that they have up to 5 minutes to make comments and should state whether you are in support or in opposition of the motion and can only speak once. Council members, you have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item as a pilot, for the next few months, I will go over the speakers list of who were not present earlier and give them an opportunity to speak. After hearing from speakers, we will go into discussion on the motion. I would like to remind committee members that their amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces them. And please ensure the clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. Council, we have speakers who will be providing comments to council by phone and a moderator who will assist in patching the speakers through when their time comes up. Registered telephone speakers with presentations are reminded that the public live feed has a slight 20-second delay. And so to navigate through the slides of your presentation, please say next and remember that delay. We have 8 registered speakers to this motion. Our first speaker is Paul Smith, who I believe is here in council chambers in person. I'm not there, but I understand he will be. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Chair Carr, we don't have the speaker in the chamber, and my understanding is we don't have any speakers on the line, so we're just checking to see if they're calling in. I'm wondering if council would take a brief recess while we give the speakers an opportunity to call in.
And how much time would you like, Madam Clerk?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, council, 5-minute recess and and then we will resume. Thank you. Schelling on the line?
Chair Carr, will you start with speaker number 2?
Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you. Do we have speaker number 2 on the line?
Madam Clerk, also, we still are showing recess on the council chamber screen. Great. Okay, Council, we're ready to begin. I'm looking to see if Will Schelling is on the line as a speaker.
Hello? Let me know if I
Yes,
can
Mr.
start.
Schelling? Yeah, Mr. Schelling, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for calling in. Go ahead.
Well, as previously stated, my name is Will Schelling, and my pronouns are he, him, and his. I'm a recent graduate of the University of British Columbia, and I would like to thank the Council for having me and Councillor Boyle for putting forward this motion, of which I support wholeheartedly. I'd like to thank the members of the community also who encouraged me to speak on this important topic. One of the hallmark things of my university career was being able to use Vancouver's vibrant and rampant green spaces in order to get some fresh air when I was buried in homework, stressed out with exams, or out of my depth and overcommitted to various clubs. However, the amount of times that I've wanted to enjoy a nice locally made craft beer in these green spaces was limited because of my fear of being ticketed for consuming alcohol in Vancouver's parks or its beaches. I also would like to ask the Council to think that right now, given the situations in the United States and in Canada surrounding Black bodies, and also the issue of race, this movement is towards a more inclusive city is in fact necessary. As a Black man myself, I have faced and accepted a harsh reality that I will face extra scrutiny when it comes to my conduct in society. And while I've witnessed many of my peers imbibe responsibly but illegally on Vancouver's beaches, I've chosen not to because of the difficult reality of disproportionate rates of ticketing against Black, Indigenous, and other persons of color. In my work at the Equity and Inclusion Office at UBC, we continually cite unconscious bias as a root cause of why BIPOC citizens are routinely discriminated against, harmed, or financially fined. In fact, it's not a far stretch to say that given the higher instances of that BIPOC citizens are ticketed for things such as transit fares or traffic tickets, that something similar happens in Vancouver already, but with public space and drinking there. This is beyond an issue of fairness in our city. It is an issue of equity. Too often we've seen unconscious and implicit bias play a role in making the lives of BIPOC citizens harder. And while I speak for myself in this capacity, I believe that any strides to make our society more equitable and inclusive are worthwhile in any capacity. I'm sure that others will speak on the importance of this motion for issues such as housing and renters, but I wanted to use my time to touch on the unfair nature of fines for public drinking and that we need to do better by each other in our city, and that this motion is an excellent step at making Vancouver more accessible and livable for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Schelling. And you do have questions, so if you just want to hear those, I'm just going to move. Councillor Bly, go ahead with your questions.
That is a holdover, Madam Chair, but I do appreciate the speaker coming and sharing his perspective.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So there are actually no questions for you, Mr. Schelling. You were very clear in your support. I appreciate that very much. So thank you very much for joining us tonight.
No problem. Thank you very much for having me.
Great. Council Speaker number 3 is withdrawn. Is Sam Reeve on the line? Speaker number 4.
There's no, he isn't on the line.
He's not available. Okay.
No.
Great. Thank you. Number 5, Speaker number 5, Liam Larson has withdrawn. Speaker number 6 is Marie Ortega. Is Ms. Ortega on the line?
Chair Carr, the speaker has withdrawn.
Okay. And then moving on to number 7, is Christina Jobin there in council chambers?
She is.
She's joining us online.
She's joining us
yes.
online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Just make sure you speak up clearly. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Hi, Council. Thank you for having me today. My name is Christina Jobin. I have a lot to say, so bear with me because I'm going to be talking fairly quickly in order to get it all in. I wanted to address some of the common reasons that people bring up as to why alcohol consumption in Vancouver parks should remain illegal, how the city's policies as they stand are not only logically inconsistent, but also can be discriminatory. Number one, people will drink and become loud, obnoxious, disorderly, violent, etc. Being drunk and disorderly in public is already against the law. Someone is not immediately disorderly upon drinking. If that were the case, alcohol wouldn't be legal at all. As we all know, people already drink in our parks. That is why we are here having this conversation. I would estimate that 99% of the time it is without incident. The argument is rendered completely nonsensical by the fact that even though drinking in restaurants can lead to disorderly behavior on occasion, we know that the vast majority of the time it just leads to people having a good time and adults behaving responsibly and have not outlawed drinking in restaurants, even though they are public spaces. There's no reason to believe that just because it is legalized, common sense behavior will change or common courtesies will fall by the wayside. Just as marijuana legalization didn't lead to mass hysteria, neither will this. Another common thing I hear is, well, if you just stay under the radar, aren't bothering anyone, the police will leave you alone. This leaves people wide open to biased treatment, as the last caller spoke about, whether conscious or subconscious, by the police. They can see someone who they suspect of drinking, but figure based on a variety of factors, including their clothing, their age, gender, ethnicity, the group of people they are with, that their drinking will not lead to anything rowdy and leave them alone. However, someone from a marginalized community could be hassled just for being suspected of drinking, even if they aren't actively bothering anyone around them. Again, there are already laws against being disorderly in public, and it is pretty clear when someone is or is not disorderly. It is a lot more clear than if someone's solo cup is filled with soda or beer. Another thing I hear all the time is that parks are family spaces. I'm not sure what families you grew up in. I can only speak from my own personal experience, and I know it has been a few decades since I was a kid, but my parents liked to have a drink when we hung outside together when I was growing up, just as my friends who are parents now enjoy drinking while throwing a baseball with their children. Children should be taught that adults are allowed and indeed capable of responsible alcohol consumption in their presence. There's nothing out of the ordinary or inappropriate about it. According to Statistics Canada census from 2016, of the 960,000 households with permanent residence in Vancouver, 226,000 of them have no children residing. That's 25% roughly. How can we ignore the wants and needs of a full 25% of our population? A lot of us make our own families outside the traditional definition of spouse and children. For many of us, our family is made of our nearest and dearest friends. Childless residents of Vancouver have just as much right as parents and their children to enjoy our public parks, even if they do not fall under the traditional definition of a family. We are wasting time and resources passing out tickets. I was actually on the call when I think it was Constable Chow who spoke, and he said they gave out something like 6,000 warnings and issued 400 tickets. I think a good follow-up question would be, how many tickets did they hand out for being drunk and disorderly? I have never seen a drunk person in a park disturbing anyone personally. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. However, I've never seen it. And I would argue that our city's massive drug use problem is a much bigger threat to being a family-friendly place than me wanting to have a White Claw with my hot dog at the beach. I've seen plenty of drug users become loud and violent as VPD has sat close by letting incidents unfold without interruption, a scene I suspect the majority of the people listening now have also experienced. Why would VPD waste resources ticketing otherwise law-abiding citizens quietly enjoying a beverage at the beach, but not someone who's openly injecting an illegal substance on the sidewalk? Vancouver wants to be the greenest city in the world, and in the quest to accomplish that mission, we as residents are cramped into smaller and smaller spaces with less and less access to the outdoors on a casual basis. For many of us, the reality is the only access to green space we have is our public parks funded by our tax dollars. Having laws in place which make it illegal to drink in those parks means drawing a line in the grass between the haves and have-nots. In Vancouver, you need an income of $450,000 a year to afford a single detached home. If you didn't happen to win the birth lottery and enter our city through a family that can either assist you in buying a home or leave you one to inherit and are not in the top 1% of earners, it is very unlikely you do not have access to any private outdoor space beyond small crowded balconies. That means having the perfect glass of wine while reading a book with your toes in the grass or enjoying an ice cold beer on a sunny day while you barbecue with your friends is the privilege of the 1%. On the subject of privilege, currently a ticket for drinking in public comes with a $230 fine and no potential for jail time. Crimes which are punishable only by fines are simply only crimes for people who cannot afford to pay to commit them. If someone makes enough money, they can take the risk of drinking in the park and getting a ticket, knowing that while a ticket is unpleasant, it won't lead to them wondering how to cover their rent for the month or derail them throwing a little extra money towards student loan debt. Again, this is creating a line in our city between the haves and the have-nots. I'm almost done, I promise. We pride ourselves on being inclusive.
You are over. Yeah.
I'm almost
if
done.
it's
We
1
pride
second
ourselves
more,
on
go
being. Yep, we pride ourselves on being inclusive and fair, but the truth is that there is nothing fair about our laws.
Yes.
They make a very clear divide between the privileged few who have access to private outdoor green space.
Yeah, that is your time.
The city of Vancouver okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you are, yes, you are well over time. But I do very much appreciate you coming to speak to us. I don't see any questions from councillors, but thanks for taking the time. It's very important to us. So thank you very much. Speaker number 8, Xavier de Salaberry has withdrawn. So I'm going to go over the list for those people who have not withdrawn. They are still on the list, but just have not yet been shown up on the line. So speaker number 1, Paul Smith. Paul Smith here.
Chair Carr, he is not here.
Thank you. Speaker number 4, Sam Reeve.
Sam Reeve is not on the line.
Okay, that's it. All the rest have either withdrawn or have spoken to us. So, Council, we are now in discussion on this motion, and I will start with Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have submitted an amendment which I circulated to Council and the clerk, and I'll wait for that to be brought up so everybody at home can follow along. I know that's something that people want to do, but I'll speak briefly to it. And the spirit of the amendment is really recognizing that, and especially as a former Park Board Commissioner, started off on concession strategy work myself. We were behind the survey that found that an overwhelming percentage of people in Vancouver supported this direction. And that led to, subsequent initiatives and motions by the Park Board to look at how to implement and move forward with that. I think what troubles me about the motion right now, the way that it is written, is that it calls for an urgent and opening up of all parks and beaches across the city. And if we consider the very stringent feedback that we got from our chief medical officer in the time of COVID, she brought forward some really very real concerns around the impacts of alcohol and spoke about the correlation of increasing availability and the number of harms. And I think that we all aspire to that romantic glass of wine at the beach. Unfortunately, that's not our culture entirely. And I think everybody doesn't want the bad apples to spoil it for everybody else. But I think that a measured approach moving forward makes the most sense. And I, really sensitive to trying to strike that balance between supporting a public desire for this and, Dr. Patricia Daly's comments that said this is, and I think I quote, the worst possible time to consider a motion like this. So also the amendment speaks to the fact that this is the jurisdiction of the Park Board, and I think we want to see the lead come from them. And so the language that I have submitted sort of affirms Council's support for a measured approach and a pilot to begin and get underway, and that and acknowledge the work that has already been done by the Vancouver Park Board on this, and that we take our direction on support them. So you can see changes to the language in A and a striking of B until we get that specific feedback from the Park Board as to how and where they would like to move forward with this pilot. And I'm confident that they are hearing the enthusiasm from the public about getting that started quickly. So that's the amendment on the floor. Do you need me to read it, Madam Chair, or is it okay?
I think it's up on the screen. Council, I am moving us to an amendment queue in discussion of this amendment that has been tabled by Councillor Kirby-Young. And Councillor Fry, go ahead to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I appreciate the spirit of this amendment and, of course, Councillor Kirby-Young's experience on Park Board. I was a little slow on you. I've also submitted an amendment that I think speaks to these concerns by referencing this as a pilot and really focusing the ask on a support of Park Board. But I think what is missing in some of this strike and replace of Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment and why I can't support it is that it really doesn't touch on some of the pieces around equity considerations, which I think is an important lens added to this conversation. And, you know, obviously language around, you know, responsible consumption. And then the clause B, which really affirms that council is committing to supporting this if necessary, and that we, you know, will support the park board in this decision. I know park board have a lot of work on their hands, and I'm sure that they would appreciate this gesture of support from council. So I'm going to appreciate the intent. I'm going to vote against this with the amendment that I submitted that'll come up after this if it's not successful. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. And Councillor Boyle to this amendment. Go ahead.
Thanks. And while I also appreciate that this states that council would be affirming the park board's pilot project, I would unsurprisingly much rather that we pass a motion than refer a motion. I think it's entirely appropriate for us to be adding our voices to this. As Councillor Fry said, I think it helps and is in support of the direction that the park board is going. As I stated when I introduced this motion, I intentionally didn't include specific operational recommendations in the language of the motion, knowing that those are the purview and jurisdiction of the park board, but have been speaking regularly about both the discussion the park board has been having around a pilot and also some examples that I quite like in terms of the balance of doing this well, including New South Wales, where they have spaces that are designated as dry spaces, or the model in Montreal where the rule is that people can consume alcohol with food. And so it shapes some of this. I'll note as well that the city of North Van moved in this direction yesterday. And so I don't think we need to punt this to the park board, though again, appreciate that it would be us still affirming the direction. I think it's entirely worthwhile for us to pass a motion, and I'd support the language of pilot project being added, as again Councillor Fry mentioned. I also think, considering there continues to be some jurisdictional conversation about this, that keeping and including the language of B is helpful in us as a city being part of figuring out those nuances so that this could happen. So I won't be supporting the referral.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And up next is Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just briefly, I support this amendment for a number of reasons. We know already that Park Board is undertaking this work, as we've heard from Park Board commissioners, but also from previous commissioners, that they are undertaking looking at this and have been focused on initiating a pilot. And it is squarely Park Board jurisdiction to undertake this. We do not have jurisdiction to be doing this as a city because of having an elected Park Board. And I also think that there's something to think about in the context of North Vancouver, since it's been brought up, is that North Vancouver is undertaking a pilot. North Vancouver, in their case, does have jurisdiction over parks and their public spaces, but they are undertaking it as a pilot. They are also giving there was very strategic consideration given to the parks and areas that they are piloting in their city. It's not a whole scale, every beach, every park, every public plaza or civic space. So there was some careful consideration given to that, recognizing that for many of the residents that this is sort of an extension of their homes, is going out to parks. And so I do feel that this amendment honors the spirit of the motion and the intent, and that it does push the park board to further their work and to do that and to do it in a measured way. And I think that's appropriate given that work's already underway.
Great. That's it for your comments, Councillor Dominato?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, you are on the queue again.
Yeah, just to address a couple of the points coming up in this discussion. It's an important conversation. I think Councillor Fry had mentioned around that the amendment didn't speak about responsible alcohol consumption, but I just wanted to draw council's attention to the language where it says planned and measured pilot initiative. And that certainly, I think, speaks to the notion of responsibility. That's, the full intent behind that piece. And also to emphasize the point that to Councillor Boyle's comment around just wanting to move ahead, and Northman did it yesterday. I think Councillor Dominato touched on it, that the challenge is that in the original language in the motion, it says consumption in parks and beaches within park board jurisdiction. And there's 240 parks and quite a few beaches. And I think that, we have to recognize that Northman, as Councillor Dominato said, did proceed with specific identified locations. And that's really, I think, what we're suggesting here in terms of the pilot initiative language. And again, sort of inform support for that work here. So what we need back in order to do the work on B as well is specific requests from the park board around what those locations are, to help enable that discussion and make sure that that work and time is expended well in terms of a review around where they might intend to pilot this. So I just wanted to provide that perspective to council on some of the discussion points that had come up. And that's why I feel that the amendment is written to sort of address a lot of those points. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Weave.
Yeah, I have a question to the mover, and it's on the first component. It says council refer this motion. However, the complete motion has been X'd out. So I'm trying to decide, what is she looking to refer?
Are you asking me as chair, Councillor Weave? Or
Yeah,
you
through the chair to the mover of the amendment. It's asking council to refer a motion which has been completely X'd out. And so I'm wondering what components of the motion she's looking to refer.
So through the chair, to respond to
Yes,
Councillor Weave's
yes,
question,
yes,
that
you
would
can.
include, thank you very much, that would include all of the whereas that accompanied the motion.
But the whereases have no.
But they do comprise part of the motion as a whole. So that's the intent. I hope that's what hope that's addressing your question.
Okay, this is not a debate, but answering questions is entirely in order and asking questions is in order through me. So go ahead, but remember that it is not a debate. Go ahead, Councillor Weave.
Yeah, obviously this has been a dialogue when I was on park board as well, and I struggle and will be voting against the amendment because it's not referring any component of recommendations to the park board, and I think that there's some work we can do with amendments to give clear direction and support the great work of our councillors and our commissioners, and so I will be voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor Weave. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I am speaking not in support of this referral motion, as I'm reflecting on it and anticipate an amendment that I think addresses the concerns that I had with this motion by Councillor Fry. I'd like to see that amendment moved. And just to note that the previous motion that we debated was the one that I had moved, that really did require a clear endorsement from our council in order to mobilize those that have jurisdictional sort of a jurisdictional say over what the motion is proposing to achieve. And I sort of see this as very similar, if not the same thing, that the park board, seeing that this council for the first time is making a very clear and distinct indication as to which direction we would like them to go for the residents of the city that both fall under the park board as well as the city. In terms of population, I think it's important that this council is really clear about how we feel about this initiative and possible policy change. And I think that Councillor Fry's pending amendment will address any jurisdictional issues that perhaps are out of scope that are currently in this motion, trying to be addressed by Councillor Kirby-Young, but I think better addressed by Councillor Fry. So I won't be supporting.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. And go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. This was also a theme that was talked about when I was on park board. So I just wanted to note that. I mean, this has been going on for some time now, and I think one of the reasons that we we hear so much consideration and study about this and around this is because of some of the perhaps larger consequences. I think what the city of North Vancouver has done is right for the city of North Vancouver, and they don't have a park board that they can refer that to. They have a department of Parks and Recreation that falls under their city council, but we here at the city of Vancouver, clearly Parks and Recreation in our charter are noted to be not only governed by, but decisions for them would be made by the park board. And I remember us having those conversations as to what we could or could not talk about just recently during Oppenheimer Park. And for that reason, I really do support the approach that Councillor Kirby-Young is moving forward with here in the referral motion, and I support referring it for consideration. I think it's very clear what's being referred here to another councillor's point that it's not. It's the Park Board consider this motion. They consider Councillor Boyle's motion. Otherwise, there's no way that this motion actually gets to Park Board. It doesn't say that it's being sent through the mayor. It doesn't say how it's being sent in Councillor Boyle's original motion, just that that we do send it to the Park Board. So that being said, completely support this, think that it's important that they consider in their budget what this is going to cost them as well. And I know that that's something that we have we've recently received a number of reports on council. So until I have a report back on what the implementation would cost, also the idea of, I believe that there should be some equity, but at the same time, Vancouver has a number of destination parks and beaches that we don't see in the city of North Vancouver. Vancouver has parks and beaches that people may come from areas outside of Vancouver. And, as the last speaker said, we don't know, maybe we shouldn't know what's in their red Solo cup. But, when my toddler and I are crossing the street, trying to leave the beach, and walk away from it as I can say that, when I've taken my stroller to the beach before, I've almost been hit by a vehicle. I don't know if that person was drinking, but I'd be a lot more concerned if that person was drinking and coming to the beach as a destination place unless we have that oversight. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be drinking on our beaches or in our parks. It's Italian Heritage Month. I'm Italian, or I'm of Italian heritage, and I think that the European culture, as we've all noted, it's lovely to be able to talk about the couple and the glass of wine in the park, and I aspire that one day we will have that in Vancouver. That being said, it also does come with some responsibility, and I think that it's just that certain percentage that we may have to worry about. But considering that I do know people who have lost loved ones, and I've lost people that I know to drunk drivers as well, and that Stanley Park already and many of our beaches, Jericho, in the city of Vancouver already have those issues. I think that Councillor Kirby-Young has a very measured approach that she's moving forward with, that we leave this up to the park board. There's a reason that we have an independently elected park board, and as a former park board commissioner, I respect that. I also put myself in their shoes. I wouldn't want to be told what to do, and I understand that Commissioner Demers, I asked him straight up on Twitter because he had mentioned that he was moving forward with this, that he is moving this forward. That's what he had said, and it's right there on social media, and happy to see that he's moving it forward and happy to see a very measured approach to that. So I just wanted to give him a shout out too for his good work on this, and I will be supporting Councillor Kirby-Young's referral motion to Park Board. Thanks so much.
Great. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson, go ahead. Councillor Swanson, you may be on mute. Councillor Swanson, we still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So back in the old days when I worked at the Downtown Eastside Residents Association in the 70s, there were tons of studies that showed that expanding access to alcohol created a lot more alcohol related illness, just like Dr. Daly told us. So I'm thinking that we need to go by the science of this. You know, just like I'm not morally against booze, I'm not religiously against booze, but I think health is that alcohol creates a lot of health issues, just like cigarette smoking does. You know, and for cigarettes, we have, you know, skulls and crossbones on the packages. We don't sell to minors. We have no smoking zones. And I think that's kind of the approach that we should be taking if we're really clear about the health impacts of booze. And in this case, it's not about creating more jobs for low wage workers, expanding it to the beach. So the only part of Councillor Boyle's motion that would appeal to me is the second whereas about the inequality of enforcement. Like, do people who are Indigenous, Black, low income, homeless have enforcement applied to them more than others? And I think the research and all these demos we're seeing lately is saying yes to that question. But I think that's a question that we need to deal with in a more holistic, more expanded way. It doesn't just apply to booze, it applies to everything. So for me, I want to stick with Dr. Daly's advice, and maybe this amendment is a step in that direction.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just preparing an amendment to the amendment. So I will just take my 5 minutes to do that.
That is within your rights. Councillor Swanson, you should put yourself on mute.
And grab a cup of coffee, maybe.
Just letting the public know that if anybody is listening, we are waiting for Councillor Dominato to forward an amendment to the amendment, and she is using her time. She has 5 minutes to speak, but she's using her time to make sure her motion has been submitted to the clerk before she can speak to it.
Madam Chair, I'm just going to take myself off the queue because it's taking me a bit longer than I anticipated.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. I actually had a point of information, but I also noticed my timer was not started, Chair Carr. So I'm hoping you'll indulge me in a point of information.
Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Just wondered through to the city manager if there were any concerns that perhaps, or if there were any statistics we had. I know we've had lots of information from police, but maybe from fire, and specifically as to whether or not they see more fires. And I'm thinking about, you know, parks like Stanley Park, where a very small fire could spread very quickly, and people might be spending more time in parks if there are these opportunities. I'm just wondering. I mean, just as we would consider putting barbecues in certain areas, I would like to know if that's something that has been considered or could be answered. Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you. Yes, remember, councillors, a point of information is a question, not a statement. But the question was there, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I'm sure that Parks Board has that information. I don't have it readily available. This is a councillor motion, not a staff report. So at this point, we haven't done a bunch of analysis on this that we can provide at this point.
Thanks. Just a follow up to that, Mr. Johnston, is we receive staff comments on this. So I would assume in staff comments, there would be different departments that you would consult with. And I'm sure the first would probably be Parks. Is that correct? As a question.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, just getting to the mute button there. Yes, Parks does contribute their comments.
Okay, so and there's no way of understanding if they had any concerns at all with with that information. We wouldn't ask them to input everything they had on this, or no?
What question are you asking, Councillor?
I had asked a question regarding any concerns about fires being related to increased alcohol consumption in parks.
Right. Yeah, and I had indicated I don't have information on that at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Hardwick to the amendment.
We're still on Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. In that case, I'd like to speak in support of it, echoing much of what Councillor Swanson just said. When Dr. Daly was speaking to us, I asked her point blank. I said, are you saying to us, do not do this, that you are advising to the best of your professional ability that we should not do this? And her answer was an unequivocal yes. And for that, the science of it, I think that's the position that she's going to have been coming from. And we can't kind of cherry pick when we listen to her recommendations and not listen to her recommendations. So I won't go into comparisons here, but suffice it to say that when the people that we trust are giving us recommendations so vehemently, I think we should listen to them. And for that reason, I will support this amendment, but would not support this motion without it. So far, anyway. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Councillor, I don't see anyone else on the queue. Oh, Councillor DeGenova, you have spoken well over time. Unfortunately, the timers were in error cleared in moving to an amendment queue, but
I've been trying to take myself off the queue. My apologies.
Okay.
I noticed I was on it. Thanks so much.
You are on it again, so I'll advance you off. Council, I don't see anyone else on the queue, so I will take us to a vote on this amendment. This is the amendment by Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Wiebe, you haven't yet voted. Okay, Council, that amendment passes with 5 in support and 5 in opposition. Those in opposition are Councillors, sorry, I can't.
Chair Carr?
Yes?
We have 10 votes and 5 and 5, so that means the amendment failed.
That's right. Did I say passes? I'm sorry, I meant to say fails if I thought I know it. I'm sorry if I was in error in what I stated. Yes, it does fail. And those in opposition are Councillors Carr, Fry, Wiebe, Boyle, and Bly. Okay, so that amendment having passed, I'm going to return us to the main speaking queue, which appears to have Councillor Fry on it. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And keeping it quick, I did submit an amendment earlier to the clerk, which is ironically quite similar to the intent of Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, although it keeps a lot of the original language of Councillor Boyle's direction here. So it really just asks to initiate a timely pilot project and eliminating the language around urgently amending parks control bylaws. Of course, recognizing that parks are not our jurisdiction. We are city council. So again, just focusing this more as a support piece and recognizing that this has to be a pilot. It can't be across all parks and beaches. That loud and clear from VP and Coastal Health. And in both cases, or at least in the case of VPD, we're more supportive of the idea of a pilot, and we're seemingly more concerned about a widespread deployment of this. So this is trying to reflect that that I think this is something that I think Vancouverites, I will just speak really quick to this because Dr. Daly did reference at one point that we were unlike Quebec, and that Quebec had initiated a massive culture, or that our culture was a binge drinking culture, and that's why Quebec could have liberal drinking laws, but we could not. And I would challenge that and recognize that Vancouverites and British Columbians have showed, I think, a remarkable amount of self-control in flattening the curve. We have been exemplary in this continent for shifting our culture and recognizing the pandemic and the health risks with that, and really going above the call for physical distancing and doing our part. And I think it's somewhat paternalistic to assume that we can't, after doing such a tremendous job, that we can't at least try and see about responsible drinking of alcohol in public spaces. So that's the spirit in which this amendment is supplied.
Okay, Council, sorry, that amendment, I don't have that amendment up on my other screen. Okay, so I am going, did you say you forwarded an amendment, Councillor Fry?
It's on screen, Chair.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead. What was your point of order?
It's Councillor Kirby-Young, and I would like to ask the chair to determine if the motion, the amendment is out of order pursuant to section 8.7C and F of the procedure bylaw, specifically that it presents substantially the same questions the motion council previously decided, which was the previous amendment. It has similar same language around affirming supporting this, around having a pilot project, around it being within the park board jurisdiction, and that therefore I believe it's out of order because council has already considered this question in the previous amendment, and is therefore also pursuant not just to section 8.7C but 8.7F, frivolous as being the term that we use in terms of.
Okay, I will just take a moment actually to confer with the clerk on that, and to confer with the clerk and make sure that that amendment is up on the council's chamber screen as well. Okay, I'll just be right back.
Councillor Carr, can we do an audio check? Councillor Carr, can we do an audio check? We still can't hear you.
Yeah,
There
sorry,
you are.
I was on mute. Sorry about that. Okay, ready to go.
Yep, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Council. And yes, I have reviewed the matter and the procedure bylaw. I am ruling that this amendment is in order. It does not substantially deal with a matter that has already been decided. The previous amendment that was brought forward was to strike most of the motion and to refer the issue to the Park Board. This is not a referral, and therefore is not frivolous and has not been dealt with by this assembly. So moving forward on the speakers list, Councillor Fry, you are on the speakers list, but I believe it looks to me like, I'm just going to check with the clerk. Madam Clerk, if you could let me know, looks like he's out of time. Is that correct?
Yes, we would be moving to the amendment queue if this proceeds.
Okay, it is going to proceed, and councillors, I'm going to move us to the amendment queue. And so if you wish to speak to this amendment, you can put yourself on that list. Great. Councillor Boyle, you're up first.
Thanks, and I'll just be really brief in saying I'm happy to support this amendment. As I've said a couple times now, my intent has been clearly recognizing that this is Park Board jurisdiction and supporting the work that they're doing, and as an advocacy motion in advocating that they continue moving forward with it. And when I wrote the motion, encouraging them to move forward more quickly. And I think some of the advocacy, not just from me, but a number of people across the community has worked. They are moving forward with it again. It's back on the table. And so now I'm very happy to be advocating or encouraging simply the work that is back on their plates for this summer. And as another councillor has said, that work continues there. And I think it's valuable for us to add our voices in support. And this amendment captures that nicely, as well as incorporating the feedback we heard from the health authority. So happy to support it.
Thanks so much, Councillor Boyle. And next is Councillor DiGenova. Go ahead with the amendment.
Thanks so much. We're just on an amendment, correct? Not an amendment to amendment?
No, we are not. We are the previous amendment failed, and we are now on a new amendment, and this is Councillor Fry's amendment.
Great. I'm going to send over an amendment to the amendment.
Have you sent it yet?
I just have right now.
Okay, then we're looking to see it on the screen. Haven't seen it yet, but maybe you could speak to it as we.
I just wanted to, if this does pass, I think that it's important that there's consideration. I mean, if this does move forward, although I've said that I feel that we should be respectful of the Park Board's jurisdiction, I think that it's important that input is included from the Vancouver Police Department, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, as well as Vancouver Coastal Health. And since we're just encouraging Park Board, as I've been told to do this, that I hope we would encourage Park Board to consider that as well. And considering Dr. Daly and Deputy Chief Chow took the time to come and speak with Council and made me aware of issues that even being a former Park Board Commissioner and knowing the Park Board very well for many years, that there may be concerns. That being said, it doesn't mean that something couldn't move forward. A pilot couldn't. But that being said, I'd like for Park Board to understand that we wouldn't just be encouraging them to move forward with this without that kind of oversight. So just hoping this could be supported as a part of that. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Councillor DiGenova. And I actually do not see any other councillors. Oh, wait a second. I will go to Amendment 2Q. If any councillors wish to speak to this, you can add yourselves to that queue. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks. I'll just say I'm fine with this. I think it's really clear that this would happen anyway, and so I have no problem adding the language in if that makes some councillors more comfortable with it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm also supportive of the amendment. I think it is important to consider the different agencies that serve the city and support us in terms of public health and safety. And so having that consultation undertaken by the Park Board, I think, is critical. So also support the amendment.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Council, I see no one else on the queue for this amendment by Councillor DiGenova to the amendment. So I'm going to have the clerk take us to a vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And that that amendment by Councillor DiGenova passes unanimously. And so I'm going to take us back to the amendment queues to deal with the amended amendment. Councillor DiGenova, do you have anything more you wish to say on this?
Not at this time. I'll take myself off the queue for now.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Dominato, to the amended amendment.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just sending in an amendment to the first clause right now. So just give me 30 seconds. And that's coming through right now. And it is just because we still have the clause A there on the screen. It is just to add the word select parks and beaches in the last sentence. And it is to reflect that in asking the Park Board to further pilot projects, and basically to expedite their current feasibility work, because they've already have undertaken this work, that there be consideration to select parks and beaches in the city. And this follows on the work that North Vancouver, as we know, they just voted last night, and I'm speaking with their mayor today. I understand that that was some of the consideration they gave, and they're a much smaller jurisdiction than we are, but they did consider strategically the parks and locations, as well as civic locations, which I know is a different motion within their city. And I think that that should be considered by Park Board as well in terms of a pilot.
Great. Okay, I'm going to take us to an amendment to Q. Anybody wishing to speak to Councillor Dominato's amendment to the amendment? I see no one on that. Oh, wait a second. Councillor DiGenova to the amendment to the amendment. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Sorry, just wanted to get myself on the queue there to say that I support this. I think that it's really important. I mean, there may be some challenges and issues with communication, but I leave that really, I mean, we're encouraging this. I want to mention that again, because encouraging something and actually having the jurisdiction and the say over it are two completely different things. That being said, you know, I agree with and appreciate Councillor Dominato's thoughtful addition here. That a select, you know, the word select considers this being well thought out and well thought through, and that it wouldn't necessarily be something that was implemented everywhere at all times at first. And I think that, you know, maybe if things go well in certain places, then, you know, maybe that selection opens up a little bit more. That being said, I also had the opportunity to speak with Mayor Buchanan today, and understanding that, you know, they do have different issues than we do, but also the fact that their council did have that oversight to make sure that, you know, there were select locations. It may be a challenge to make sure that that message gets across, but really appreciate the consideration that Councillor Dominato is giving to this motion and what we might end up encouraging the Park Board to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Weep to the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I'm getting a little concerned of all the amendments to the amendments because of the fact that this is the jurisdiction of the Park Board. And I think we need to recognize that they have been working on this, and they will determine what they feel works best with what they're hearing from the constituency and from their staff and from experts. So I'm a little concerned that we continue to add more components to what is Park Board's jurisdiction and work that they're currently doing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Fry, go ahead to the amendment.
Yeah, sure. I'm wondering if you might rule a point of order on this if it's not under section 8.7F actually frivolous, because the Liquor Control Act sections, well, section 73 and the other piece actually do prescribe that these locations have to be select, that they can't just be all parks and beaches. That any such designation has to be strictly defined and limited.
Actually, Councillor Fry, if you could run that by me again, the act that defines the things that alcohol consumption has to be in select.
The Liquor Control Act, Section 73, which is sort of the basis for all of this, does actually require that these areas be designated. They're select areas by definition, that they can't just be all public spaces or all parks.
Okay, yeah, just hold a moment and I'll just make a quick conference call, a quick call on this. Just 1 second.
Councillor Carr, can we test your audio?
Yes,
There you
go
are.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, yes, I have received advice counsel from our legal department and will rule that this is in order because it does provide more specific advice. So it's up to council to vote forward or against it in terms of the specificity of that advice, but it is in order. So we'll continue on with the debate on this. And Councillor Fry, do you have anything more to say on this amendment to the amendment?
No.
Okay. And council, we have no one else on the list. So Madam Clerk, if you could take us to a vote, that would be great. Okay, and that does, this amendment to the amendment does pass with 6 in favor and 4 in opposition. Those in opposition, Councillors Carr, Fry, Swanson, and Boyle. Okay, so moving us back to the queue, we back to an amendment queue. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor on this.
I don't have any further amendments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, you are on the main queue. Oh, sorry, on the amendment. Yes, we're on the main queue. Councillor Fry, you're on the main queue.
Point of privilege.
I don't think I am, but I think it's a holdover.
Okay,
Thanks.
that's fine. Yes, Councillor DeGenova, what is your point of privilege?
I was just hoping we could have the amended motion that we're currently considering up on screen. Thank you.
No problem. I'm sure that that we can maybe pause. Well, I will pause rather than continuing on with the speakers until we can see that. Okay, can all of you see the amendment? And this, great. Select, the word select was added in. You can see that it is there. All right, Councillor Boyle, to
Chair
the amended.
Carr, we should be in the amendment queue with
sorry.
Councillor Fry's amendment on the screen.
Got it. All right, so we have that's right, but we have no one on the list. So councils, if no one, okay, Councillor Dominato, this be speaking to the amended amendment. So the amendment by yourself having passed to Councillor Fry's amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not seeing the full motion there. I just see clause A. Was clause B severed or removed, or is it just that we only have clause A at this time?
Madam Clerk,
the point of information.
Yes.
Sorry.
Madam Clerk, if we can, yes, if we can see the full motion, I think.
Through the chair, Councillor Fry has proposed an amendment which has now been amended with the word select included. So we're in the amendment queue. We are not voting on the amended motion yet.
So Councillor Dominato, after we move back to the main queue, the full motion will be available for you.
Madam Chair, sorry, I thought I just heard the clerk say that Councillor Fry moved an amendment around select, and that was myself, and I thought we just voted on that.
No, we did. And what I stated was that we are in an amendment queue, and that and it's an amended amendment.
Got it.
With your amendment having passed, your amendment to the amendment having passed, and now we are considering the amended amendment, the amendment of which is by Councillor Fry. That's in red, highlighted in red on your screen.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Great. Okay. And Council, no one else is on the list to speak right now, so perhaps I can have us taken to a vote, Madam Clerk, please. And this would be on the highlighted red letter, words rather, that Councillor Fry posed as amendment to this motion. So we are voting on that now. Councillor DeGenova and Kirby Young, you haven't yet voted?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at this. Just a point of privilege. You said we're voting on the red piece only, correct?
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Chair Carr, just to clarify, going back to the question from Councilor DeGenova, it's including the red text and the highlighted strike.
Oh, yes, sorry. You're
Thank
right.
you. I just wanted to check that. Thank you.
All right, and that is unanimous. So we are now moving back to a main queue, which is to the amended motion. And Councillor Boyle, you have the floor on this.
I guess I just thought I would add some closing reflections on my motion, hoping that it looks like we're getting close to a final vote here. I wanted to say that I take issues of public health very seriously, and I know the park board does too, and I know those considerations are part of this issue, and also that they weigh heavily on me and are a significant reason why I care so much about housing and why I care so much about inequality, both knowing the bad outcomes related to extreme wealth and to poverty. My concern about public health is a big part of why I have spent so much of my life fighting for action on climate change and climate justice. I also want to lift up a few of the voices I've heard from in conversation about this motion, one of whom is an emergency room physician who emailed us to say this should have been done 10 years ago, that they understand there are concerns, health concerns, but there are better ways to decrease alcohol intake. Council heard also from a 64-year-old who said, I have no yard, I spend a lot of time outdoors, picnicking, hiking, playing tennis, and I'd like to be able to enjoy a cold beverage of my choice. Well, I do. And the third voice I will lift up is that we heard again from someone who said, this really is an equity conversation at this point. I'm 32 and I rent. I don't have a balcony or a backyard. I may never have a private outdoor space living in Vancouver. I too should be able to enjoy a beer or glass of wine outside without fear of repercussions and a massive fine. And we heard a similar sentiment from Mr. Schelling, one of our speakers to the motion today. So again, I want to reiterate my sense that cracking down on alcohol is responding to the consequences of the social determinants of health, not the causes. And we should continue to be committed to the causes of public health issues as we endeavor to address racism, as we endeavor to address the housing crisis and wealth inequality and more. And those are my commitments in my work on council here. I know I share them with many others, and I hope to see us encouraging and supporting the work of Park Board in moving this forward in a timely and a responsible manner.
Thank you so much, Councillor Boyle. And I'm going to move Councillor, oops, people keep changing on the list. Councillor Weeb, and Councillor Weeb, can I, just before you do closing comments on this, I'm wondering if you could move a motion to extend the meeting past 5 o'clock to finish this item. We probably will finish by 5, but I'm worried in case we don't. If you could move that motion, I would appreciate it.
Chair Carr.
Yeah, I'd like to move a motion to move past 5 o'clock.
To complete this item.
Complete this item.
Chair
Great.
Carr. Sorry
Yes?
for the interruption. We do have the next speaker in person. I'm wondering if council would entertain hearing from him before recessing.
And to
Okay.
listen to the first speaker, the speaker to the next motion.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Councillor, are you clear to move to extend the meeting past 5 o'clock to finish this item and to hear the speaker in person to the next item? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Great. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'd really like to thank the speakers that kind of brought to light something that I didn't even think about, and that was the privilege that I've had to continuously enjoy a beverage at our beach or parks without understanding that that is not the same of everyone in the city, and that when I and others have partake in this type of activity with no thought of going to jail or no thought of being fined, or that the things that would happen to me would not be of big consequences. And that was really touching to me, to recognize that the inequity of this and the justice and the social justice of this actually makes a significant impact on others. That I think that this is a really big point for us in the city to recognize those injustices in the city, and recognize that for some people this seems like it's not something that's a big deal, but when we take in light the current situation that's happening, I think that this really brings to light to me a very big discussion on equity, and that we need to have spaces that feel safe for everyone. And I think that initiating a pilot where there are beaches that families feel safe because there's no alcohol, and our rangers and lifeguards can let them know that they need to move on to the next beach that might have this timely pilot. I also want to ensure that we kind of advocate to that we have our lifeguards back on our beaches to ensure that they can help support this type of initiative. I know right now we have really busy beaches and outdoor spaces with lots of people enjoying safe consumption, and yet we don't have, I think, the lifeguards there to be of support. And I think that's something that hopefully will be initiated before any pilot, because I really do think that it's key to have our lifeguards on the beaches to ensure the health and safety of people that are trying to enjoy. And I think there's been some big changes coming out of COVID with alcohol. And I know that people thought that the restaurants being able to serve alcohol would create significant issues. And I think the residents of Vancouver have really stepped up and done a great job in handling the situations of having more freedom in a way that's been respectful, and has allowed us to continue as policymakers to push the envelope on things that people have wanted for a while because of the respect. And I hope that the park board and anyone else that works on making policy decisions recognize that we need the public to also step up here and ensure that they're handling this in a very positive way so that we can move forward as a city. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to frame my thoughts around this one. So I'm going to start with the fact that while on the Vancouver Park Board, I feel like the work that we started initially on the concession strategy and broadening it out, and that opportunity to engage with Vancouverites, and we asked 7,000 people how they felt about the food offerings, really led to this work in identifying that, yes, there was a desire by a lot of people in the city of Vancouver to be able to have a relaxed social drink in parks and beaches. And so that sort of started that process and that move forward towards a pilot project. And then that was something that was picked up and supported by the new park board that came in December 2018. So all of that to say that I'm supportive of this work and moving it forward and being responsive and listening to Vancouverites. I want to say that that was at a different moment in time, and now we are in the context of COVID, and that has to cause us to look at everything through a different lens and say, are there any other considerations that we have to look at here? And so we heard from Dr. Patricia Daly that said she's worried that this might work against physical distancing. That's the worst possible time to introduce it. We don't have lifeguards that haven't been brought back and hired back at this point because they can't figure out how they can do that work safely, which is why they haven't opened pools yet or sort of swimming opportunity beaches. We're not seeing the slide come back in English Bay yet, for example. So those are all very real concerns around keeping people safe and public safety being important. But I do support a measured approach in looking at a pilot in conjunction with the expertise from our health officials and balancing that with public opinion. What I really struggle with today, to be honest, is understanding why we are spending council time on something that is not under the jurisdiction of Vancouver City Council. It's under the jurisdiction of the Vancouver Park Board. And I have to voice that to say that there are so many critical issues that we have across the city, whether it's the downtown east side, mental health and addictions, housing, vulnerable people that are out of work, people being exposed to COVID, not feeling safe to go on transit, how we're going to move forward with sort of greening our buildings and our emissions, and just a whole host of issues. I'm perplexed as to why council is dealing with this in the first place, and I'm incredibly perplexed as to why we spent time discussing two, from my perspective, if we put them side by side, fundamentally similar amendments that have almost identical language in them. And so that also, you know, and I'm hearing loud and clear from the public that they're finding council meetings confusing or hard to follow, or they're not zeroing in on issues, to me is not a good expenditure of council's time in how we've approached this dialogue and discussion. And I will say for the record that I find personally, speaking only for myself, I find that very disappointing. But I think that we have to stay focused on what the goal is here. And I think I've expressed sort of what we're moving to achieve. So I am inclined to support A of this motion here, because it's exactly fundamentally the same philosophy that I put forward in the earlier amendment. So let's be clear about that, and let's have some integrity around what it is that we are actually considering and debating. And the fact that ultimately this is the decision of the Vancouver Park Board. They have to decide if they want to do it. They have to decide the how and why of how their resources allow and where they feel that it can be best managed and implemented to balance, as I said, the public input and the public safety procedures. So they would be doing this anyway, and I think that we should let them do their job. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And Councillor DeGenova. And Madam Clerk, I believe that there was some issue around the timer for Councillor DeGenova, and that you've indicated to me that she is out of time on this main queue. I wonder if you could just clarify that for me.
No, that was on the amendment.
Order, so.
Pardon me?
That was on the amendment queue, so this is fine.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. I have a point of order, and it is under section 8.7A, Chair Carr, that states that this is not compatible with the purposes and objectives of the Vancouver Charter, including the good rule and government of the city or the health, safety, and welfare of its inhabitants. And I'm only talking about section B. I'm not going to belabor why, but I will mention that in section B, if I read this correctly, it says that if required, council directs city staff to collaborate with provincial partners. To clarify, so if required by who? And right now, this is not our jurisdiction. So I would ask that you rule on section B of this motion that we're considering under section 8.7A. for reasons of jurisdiction,
right,
and what we can and cannot do. Thank you.
Yeah, because it's a jurisdictional issue, again, I will have to seek the advice of our legal department. So council will have to take just a brief recess to enable me to do that. So I'll be back to you shortly.
Chair Carr, can we do an audio check? Chair Carr, can we do an audio check? Chair Carr, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, okay, Council. I have conferred with our legal department, and I am going to rule section B of this motion out of order. Out of order based on the fact that it is not council's within the good governance under our Vancouver Charter of Council to direct city staff on a matter that is under the jurisdiction. This is under the jurisdiction of the Park Board. So this is different than the first part of the motion where we are advising the Park Board of our wishes on something, but directing city staff is out of order. So when you're referring to those speakers to the rest of you on the list to the motion, please confine your remarks to the first part of the motion, which is A. Okay, Councillor DiGenova. Oh, I believe that was a point of order. Yeah, but you are at over 5 minutes right now, so.
I understood that was on the amendment from the clerk and not the main motion that we sit on now. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I just wanted to voice my support for A, and I will be supporting it.
Great.
And this has helped to alleviate my concerns. And thanks, Councillor Boyle, for bringing forward this issue.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm still concerned about the health impact of this. Alcohol affects all income groups in terms of health, not in terms of how alcohol laws are enforced. I agree with that, but I think we have to, and all the issues that have been happening in the last week show us that we have to deal with the inequitable enforcement in a whole range of areas. We can't just deal with it in terms of drinking booze on beaches. So as I said before, I really think that the health aspects of drinking alcohol are important. I've seen research that shows that in European country where they have the so-called civilized drinking, that the health issues with alcoholism are way higher. And I've watched my family members who start with responsibly drinking 1 beer on the beach. And then 5 years later, they're drinking 3 beers on the beach. And 10 years later, they're drinking a 6-pack on the beach. And after 30 years, they're full-blown alcoholics. So I think we have to take this accessibility information that the health people have worked so hard on. We have to take it seriously. I'm glad the part about this being a pilot got put in there because it makes it so it isn't so bad. But I do think that the health part is important and that as elected people, we should be doing what the science says around alcohol, smoking, and other types of drugs. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Dominato, but what is your point of privilege, Councillor DiGenova?
I'm glad Councillor Dominato's back on the system. She had been kicked out, and I just wanted
that's fine. She's on it.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Dominato? Well, you might be right, Councillor DiGenova.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I've just managed to get back into the system, and that must be a holdover from earlier.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Hardwick, go ahead. Councillor Hardwick?
Thank you very much. Like Councillor Swanson, I'm torn on this because I am similarly inclined to listen to the science and follow the advice of our health officer. A lot of what I've heard is anecdotal, and if we want to be anecdotal, I've I've lived with, people in my family with alcoholism up close and personal. I've dealt with watching binge drinking and feeling powerless and being able to deal with it. I've watched this with teenagers as well as grown people that should know better. And by making things easier and more accessible, are we not just making it easier and more accessible? And while I personally may enjoy a glass of wine at the park or the beach, that's not where we start to get into difficulty. And I've watched, I live near a park. I watch the paddy wagons come around, and I've watched a lot of really over the top inappropriate behavior, almost always accompanied by excessive consumption of alcohol. So, no one wants to be kill the party. But I think we're not thinking about, again, the fact that this is something that does lead to inappropriate behavior, violence, and so on. And that's why we heard loud and clear also from the police department, from the VPD on this. So I'm really torn. Yes, it's just a pilot. That is sort of some solace to it. But I still struggle with the implications of this and not listening to the science and the very clear direction that we got from Dr. Daly. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, thank you for that. And Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks so much. And I just wanted to add my voice and actually respond to a point there made by Councillor Hardwick that stands out to me, and that is that while I support this motion and also value the expertise, I think Councillor Hardwick brings up an interesting point, and that is that having witnessed this sort of unruly behavior and things getting out of control, specifically speaking to that police have to respond to and what have you, that's happening without any type of legal framework or regulatory framework around drinking in parks. That will always happen. I think what this allows is actually for people who are waiting to follow the law, of which there are many laws to support noise issues to enable police to respond to disorderly behavior, noise, so many different, I guess, impacts from consuming too much alcohol. But that's not what this motion is set out to do, sort of enabled. But those folks are drinking anyways in the parks. I think what this does is it really does create space for law-abiding citizens to responsibly drink alcohol in the parks. Those of us that are waiting to do it legally in a responsible, moderate way. And I think we just cannot lose sight of the fact that that's actually what this motion will achieve, because everything else that we're afraid of, quote unquote, is already happening. And this motion is sort of not germane to that because of that fact. So I'll be supporting, and I just felt compelled to share that perspective to make sure that we're focusing and zeroing in on the correct part of what this is working to achieve in partnership, of course, with the Park Board. That's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. And Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Hi, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. I just briefly want to add some comments just in respect to the motion. Oh, there's my daughter. Hang on. In the interest of time, I'm trying to take myself off the queue. I go deal with my daughter.
Yes.
She needs to look right now. So
do stay on to vote, though, please. That's up next. Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. And Madam Clerk, I see no one else on the queue, so if you could move us to a vote, that would be great. This is the amended motion you're voting on. Okay, and that passes with 1 in opposition, Councillor Swanson. Great, Council, thank you for moving us through that motion. And we are now on, we did agree to extend past 5 to hear the speaker for the next item, which is item 7, designating public space for responsible consumption of alcohol. So if we could, is Mr. Paul Smith here to speak to this motion?
Yes, he's just making his way in.
Great, so he is here in person, great.
Hello, hello,
Yes,
everybody.
Mr. Smith, yes, go ahead.
Nice. Pretty much, I came here a little while ago, and I think I really explained really well what I kind of wanted to see happen to Vancouver in the future, and it was kind of, yeah, it was more kind of leading towards alcohol and drinking more alcohol on the beaches, and then from there, like spreading out to other buildings that would, yeah, like. Yeah, like other buildings and statues that like represent that kind of thing. And yeah, like yeah, so I actually go out and I actually try to do this in the city anyways. And yeah, I just wanted to maybe get the city involved with it. Um yeah, I guess I just want to get the city involved with making the city focus more on alcohol drinking and stuff like this, and adding that to the city. Yeah, and like, and I also have notes of these buildings that could be, these types of buildings that I would think would actually start rebuilding the city like that, and I think that would be a really good thing to do. Going into back to work, because then I don't know, that's something that's missing right now, is just that kind of reason to get back to work. So if we started building these buildings, people would be gonna get these buildings up at the same time, so they're working, and then there's something that has like purpose. Yeah, something that has purpose. So these are the casinos in different neighborhoods. I was thinking downtown East Side area could get some casinos, and there are other things as well that I do have like planned. Like I just want to see things in these places or whatever. And yeah, I I just do it kind of slowly. I just do it kind of slowly, anyways. Yeah, so I just think that you guys probably have quite a bit of power, like influence over this kind of a thing. So I kind of want to see if you guys could look at what I want to do, like look what I want to do for the city, and then we could see if we could go from there. And yeah, we could see if we could go from there, and if it makes sense. Yeah, I'm in to collaborate on this. If that's something that you guys are looking to do at all. Yeah, I just kind of have you made it actually, because I came a while ago and now we're doing kind of the same topic we were doing before. So yeah, I am here right now. So it's something to do with the alcohol kinds of things and buildings. And are there any reasons why we can't do this? We can't put casinos in or something like this, I'm wondering. Yeah. Um, yeah, like I'll leave my phone number behind for this too because I haven't thought like that far ahead right now. But yeah, like I have something to do after this, and then yeah, I don't know, just not really, slow down what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be pretty great.
Great. Okay, you do have some questions, Mr. Smith. So if you're willing to answer those, I think that they're questions anyway. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you have questions to the speaker?
I do. Thanks for being here and coming to council. Appreciate it. You said that you thought this, if I heard you right, that you thought this would be good for people going back to work. What did you mean by that? Can you explain?
I think that if we got this city kind of, excited honestly about the future of this city, then people, they'll want to, spend money going into those kinds of things because they're fun to do. And then they go back to work to make that money. And, while we're doing that, we will, we will get past this coronavirus. Go back
Okay,
to,
but
yeah.
you know that the motion is about letting people bring their own alcohol to specific public spaces to be able to drink it, right? Is that your understanding of the motion?
Yeah. I actually, I think that's actually really important that we have people bringing alcohol to public spaces like the beaches, just because I've been around like the world. And then when I was walking around like the English Bay, Sunset Beach area, I thought that's what we should do there. I was thinking, yeah, we should do that there in this city because it's a pretty nice city. We could do that there. And from that, so allowing people to drink, but also, changing like maybe like the restaurant that's there, so it kind of makes people go for that reason to the beach there, and that's going to take like some effort as well to do that.
Just to clarify, because council just finished the motion about the parks and the beaches. So on this motion that we're on right now, which is around having public spaces in the city, not in the parks or beaches, but public space in the city, where do you think people should be able to drink in the city?
Pretty much the only thing I'm thinking of is the English Bay. That's the only place I'm thinking of right now.
Okay, so you wouldn't want it at public squares or downtown and like in.
Yeah. Actually, just because I think it's really like important that the plan carries out from English Bay, that we just do that one right. We just do the English Bay right.
So you're just supporting that. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DiGenova, questions to the speaker.
Thanks so much. Thanks for coming and speaking against this motion. I was hoping that you might be able to elaborate a little bit on your comments towards casinos. I didn't see anything about casinos in here, but you're interested in expanding this to casinos? That's my understanding? You would like to see more casinos is what I heard. I just wanted to know what you meant exactly by that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just think that if we had casinos in a couple neighborhoods, that people would look at like the city differently, but in a better way. And if we had casinos up there, I think actually because I walk around these areas, and this is why that I think that there should be casinos there, is because I just think that there needs to be a casino there, and I have different building plans for them. Like one of them, I want them to be a specific type of casino because bit of a real estate. Yeah, I was like maybe a real estate developer in some kind of way. But that's the thing I'm thinking. I'm thinking, if there was casinos right there, that'd be really sweet for this place. And I think
Not sure
you can't do one before the other.
Thanks for answering that. I'm not sure if the movers of the motion, if that was their intention, but maybe I'll have the opportunity to ask them about that. So thanks so much.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Those are your questions, so we really appreciate you coming in to speak to us tonight. Thanks so much and have a good evening.
Yep. All right.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
council. Yeah, thanks. So council, we are now on a dinner break. We moved to start our dinner break after hearing the speaker. We will resume this item when we get back. We'll have an hour for dinner and resume this meeting at promptly at 6:30. So see you then.
Thanks, Michael.
Okay, over to you.
Great. Thanks, Council. We'll resume our meeting of policy and strategic priorities, and we are on item 7. There were 2 registered speakers. We did hear from one. The other speaker, however, has withdrawn. So we are now on to debate on the motion and any discussion. So I'm seeing that Councillor Fry is ready to go on that. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I actually submitted an amendment to this motion earlier to the clerk. And it's basically a little bit of housekeeping and a little bit of feedback from various people who have been writing Michael and I over the course of the week.
Councillor Weeb.
Councillor Weeb, yes, sorry. So first and foremost, it just reiterates very at the top that this is a pilot. It's mentioned elsewhere in the language, but I just want for comfort levels for folks who may be concerned about it, that this is a pilot, in fact. And then there was some confusion around how this works, and having had a chance to review the North Vancouver bylaw that was supported and passed last night and how they put theirs together, I just wanted to sort of tighten this up a little bit and reflect how this bylaw has to be put together by our staff. And I'm sure, of course, our staff are aware of it, but I just wanted to be clear in the record. And of course, I've circulated that North Vancouver bylaw with the rest of council so they have a sense of how that was put together. So it really just expands upon that. And then in section D, I add a couple of examples that have really sort of come up in conversations with folks in the community, restaurants, and harm reduction folks, and just people who are looking at how this might be deployed. So this is, I'll get a little bit into the weeds on that one if you'll indulge me, and thank you, Clerk, for pulling that up a bit. Ensuring that there's equitable distribution of these public spaces for responsible consumption of alcohol throughout the city. Pretty self-explanatory, I think. Mitigating the impacts where problem drinking might otherwise occur in unsafe, underserviced, or undesirable places. We know that public drinking and public problem drinking occurs throughout our city, in parks and public places, at bus stops, in playgrounds, and especially, you know, in my neighborhood and in Crosstown, and increasingly we're hearing from at Emery Barnes Park that these kind of undesirable behaviors are happening in places that maybe are better served for children or what have you. So in creating opportunities for folks for rangers to say, you know what, you can just go over a block over there and that's the appropriate place for you to go. C, leveraging opportunities for financial or logistical support from the BIAs. Of course, as Mr. Gauthier from the Downtown Vancouver BIA suggested at our last conversation when he was speaking sort of broadly to all 3 of these motions, he expressed that there would be an interest from the BIA, and I know similarly from Yaletown BIA has expressed a similar interest, and I think others have as well. And lastly, supporting restaurants and patios where limited occupancy might necessitate wait times to enter. We've kind of, as we've unpacked some of the really excellent work being done on the patio piece, we've realized that the patios, even if with the expansion of patios, they're still going to be limited by the occupancy that's been established beforehand for that restaurant. And that's going to be a challenge for a lot of restaurants who are you know, they're going to go ahead with the patios, but they're still limited with the occupancy. And they're worried that folks are going to have to line up to get into these patios. And so they're hoping that there might be an opportunity to explore, and this is just to explore the idea of, as we're doing room to queues, say for restaurants, that we might actually create an opportunity for folks to have an aperitivo as they're waiting to line up for their meal in the patio. So I hope those are all sort of self-explanatory, and I submit those for your comments. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Fry. And next on the list is Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato. You may be on mute.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Are we just currently dealing with Councillor Fry's amendments to his motion, to be clear?
Actually, it is an amendment because the motion, yes, the motion has been already tabled, so this is now an amendment to it. I actually will move us to an amendment queue. Thank you very much for that. And
it's okay. I I actually need to, I'm going to submit an amendment and sorry, I haven't drafted that yet. So I will take myself off the queue and come back on to speak to that.
Okay, I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, if you want to just put yourself on that queue and I'll advance you to speak to this. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if I may ask a clarification question of the mover through you.
Yes.
And that really relates to understanding the addition of D, supporting restaurants and patios where limited occupancy might necessitate wait times to enter. And you mentioned having an aperitivo. This motion, as I understand it, is around BYOB to these patio areas. So are you suggesting that they are BYOBing or that they're instead purchasing from restaurants? Because restaurants, based on the liquor licensing, would be able to serve the aperitivos in these designated spaces, I understand. So can you help navigate through that?
Yeah, it's really just an ask that's come from a lot of the restaurant community who are struggling with this new patio bylaw and how to make it work. So
how is it different? Maybe I can frame the question a different way for clarity. How is that different than just providing a room to queue area versus an area that's room to queue plus the ability to BYOB and break versus just having room to queue for a restaurant?
Well, so the Attorney General did pass amendments to the Act earlier in the month that would allow restaurants to supply alcohol to go along with food. So aperitivos typically are like a food and drink kind of combo, which is why I sort of use the term aperitivo. So not just hand you a drink and be on your merry way, but sort of your appetizer kind of component, so that folks are still, so they're essentially in public with their appetizer and drink from the restaurant while they're waiting to get a seat at the patio. So for instance, if we had a room to queue space set out up front of there, or maybe a plaza around the corner, depending on the location, that's where they could go while they're waiting for the text for the restaurant telling them that their seat is ready.
But people could still, for follow-up clarification question, if I can, people could still purchase BYOB and bring their own liquor to these spaces in your concept. Is that right?
In a public space, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it for now and save the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiGenova to the amendment.
Thanks so much. I understand that Councillor Dominato is having some trouble getting on the queue right now. She sent me a note. So
Okay,
I wanted to make sure she could get on the queue.
I can put her on as a request to speak. I'll do that right now. Go ahead.
I want to make sure that she's not having any other issues with any other aspect, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. You're good, Councillor DiGenova?
I'm good. Time for now. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Weeb and Councillor Fry, I believe you're still you're not muted right now. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I will be supportive of these amendments. And I really appreciate the clarity and the communicative aspect of the community that's been very vocal on this motion and bringing forward some really interesting solutions, and for Councillor Fry to be able to put them in here and look at what other municipalities have done to ensure that we are moving forward with the best option. So really appreciative of it, really appreciate the equity lens added to it, and really understanding and listening to the public in these amendments. So we'll be supportive.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm just sending in an amendment to bear with me because I've had to reboot entirely. So taking a moment.
I think all of us can sympathize with from time to time that happening.
So I'm going to
This is an amendment to the amendment. You're saying,
yes.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to move us to an amendment to Q and put you on that.
Thank you. Apologies, this is taking so long. Okay, and then back up. Okay, so I am sending in this amendment right now. There you go. It is sent. Apologies for that.
Perhaps you can introduce it to us while we
Yes.
wait for it to be put on the screen.
Yeah, so this is just to further, and I appreciate Councillor Fry's elaboration on the amendments he's presented and the intent. And so what I've proposed here is that because this is identified as being a pilot program, that the first pilot be the Piazza to celebrate Italian Heritage Month, and that its implementation include input from the EPD and BCH, and to inform other pilot locations as well as part of this program. And this stems from Council already passed this motion last year, was in support of a very similar concept. And also we are now in June, it is now Italian Heritage Month, and so I think very timely and appropriate for both this motion, but to include that within that the first pilot be the Piazza, and that what we learn from that inform other pilot locations. And so it's sort of in that vein that I'm proposing this amendment.
Great. Okay, that's it, Councillor Dominato?
Yes, that's it.
Great. Councillor DiGenova, to the amendment to the amendment.
Thanks so much. If you could start my timer, Chair Carr, that'd be great.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thanks. There's no surprise probably that I'm speaking in favor of this. This is something that I have certainly waited for some time to come forward. And as we now are in the second day of Italian Heritage Month, and it is June, I think it's timely that this moves forward. That being said, I really appreciated that there was unanimous support at council for this. So I'd like to thank each and every council member for the support on that. And I'd hope that this would be the first of many, but maybe could inform ways that we could move forward with others. So I really do appreciate Councillor Dominato adding this very thoughtful amendment, and with this inclusion, in considering that it would offer us the opportunity to work with other organizations like Vancouver Coastal Health and the Vancouver Police Department. And I understand that there were, that Dr. Daly and Deputy Chief Chow had both urged us in their comments to consider pilots first and moving forward slowly. I think that this certainly is a step in the right direction. And thanks to Councillor Dominato for putting this forward. I really do appreciate this, and hope that this passes so we can move forward with the aperitivos. That being said, I also just want to be very aware and really appreciate the comments by Councillor Swanson on the last motion, that I think that, with this oversight and with this type of pilot, we'll also be able to look at how we can be sensitive to those who may have issues, and how we may be able to look at all four pillars of harm reduction, including prevention, because alcohol is too a drug. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so while I'm super supportive of the idea of piazzas, and Councillor DiGenova and I did generally talk about this idea, we did talk about maybe speaking a little bit more in depthly before submitting this amendment. I'm not going to be able to support this amendment, and I'm hoping that that the mover, Councillor Dominato, will indulge me by maybe just rescinding this so that we can resubmit it and just edit the language a little bit. My concern is that if we stick this to the first pilot, that we will, as I did circulate the North Vancouver bylaw, it's fairly exhaustive and it's fairly detailed and really gets into a lot of work. If we wait to see what the implementation looks like from this, we're pushing this outside of the realm of summer for any other pilot. So my proposal would be, hopefully the Councillor Dominato just pulls this one so we don't have to kill it and then possibly render what I'm about to supply out of order. And basically the re-amendment would be it's an first pilot, and that its implementation, that it helps to inform future pilot locations. So it's very similar, minor adjustments. I just don't want this to be the only pilot that we see this summer for this program, which I'm afraid unintentionally would be the outcome of this amendment as it's proposed. So I'm hoping that Councillor Dominato follows where I'm going with this, and I'm just going to circulate my re-amendment if she's willing to indulge this. But I can't support it as it is, and that's unfortunate because I love the Piazza idea. Thanks.
Great. Okay. There are no other speakers on the list right now on this amendment to the amendment. Oh, okay. Councillor DiGenova actually has just added herself. So go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I just had a quick point of information through you, Chair Carr.
Yes.
I heard that we had to kill this. Those were the exact words that were used. Is there any reason, or is that debate? Because if that is debate, that's one thing. But to say we had to do something, just a little bit, asking you a question. Is there a reason that we couldn't move forward with debate on this?
I believe that the language was if we wanted to consider some other edited language, we would have to not vote in support because this is already an amendment to amendment and there's no ability to amend further. That is what I took away from the language that was used by Councillor Fry. It's a matter of process in terms of the number of amendments we can handle at one time.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm very comfortable with this moving forward and really appreciate this. And again, I think that there's other opportunities later on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Boyle. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Carr. And I'm sorry I didn't ask this earlier, but I'm wondering why this is coming as an amendment to the amendment when it's not related to the language of the initial amendment. My understanding of the process is that the proper process would be to be dealing with the previous amendment first, unless the amendment to the amendment was related to that, and then that this would come after because it's a whole separate clause. So I'm just looking for some process clarity on that.
Yes, you're asking me to rule whether this is in order as an amendment to the amendment. I will rule on that. And you are absolutely right that this language does not relate to the amendment. And therefore, I'm going to rule it out of order as an amendment to the amendment. So we are going to be back to an amendment 1Q.
Point of privilege?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought that we were on the amended motion. My apologies, Chair Carr. I thought that that's what was stated. I don't need to roll back the tape, but I'm not sure. I'll leave it up to Councillor Dominato if it was her intention to put something forward. I know she was having technical difficulties, and that's where I thought we were as well. So after we deal with the amendment to the motion, then would we be dealing with an amended motion? And that would be the proper time.
Yes, correct.
Forward.
That's right.
Thank you very much. And just a point of parliamentary procedure.
Go ahead.
Could the amendment that was put forward be put forward at that time?
Of course.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Okay, Councillor Dominato, you have the floor on the amendment. Q. So we are speaking to the amendment that was put on the floor, tabled by Councillor Fry, which is the language highlighted in red on your screens.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I will move an amendment to the amendment, which I think is relevant. Actually, you know what? I'll do it as a separate amendment. That's fine. So I'll just take myself off the queue and come on later.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Council, I see no one else on this amendment queue. Again, we are looking at the language read added by Councillor Fry. And therefore, Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could take us to a vote on this amendment. Oh, Councillor Dominato, I think you might want to, just a second. Councillors, could you please mute yourselves when you're not speaking? There's a bit
I have
of
a point
noise.
of privilege, Madam Chair. I'm trying to get a screen up so that I can see it, see what we're voting on. I don't have one right now. I wonder if I could just get a moment so I can try to get the screen up or get a copy in front of me?
That is a point of personal privilege, and
Correct.
yes. So I'm going to have us hold the vote to ensure, in other words, to make sure that you can see what it is that we are voting on. That is your absolute right to be able to.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. I don't have either a screen or my email, and I'm just trying to bring it up. 1 second. Desperately.
Would you let us know, Councillor?
Yeah, I have it now. I have, if it's the same as the email, because I don't have a screen and it hasn't changed from the email, then I have it.
I will ask the clerk to verify that that's the case, that this on the screen the amendment is the same as was forwarded by Councillor Fry as an amendment.
Yes, Chair Carr, it is the version that was circulated at
Thank you.
5:35.
Great. So we're now voting, Council.
Thank you.
And Councillor Kirby-Young, you have not yet voted?
I think I need a vote assist. I don't have a voting screen either.
Okay, no problem. What would you?
I'm going to abstain because I can't see my screens properly, so I'll just abstain.
Okay, so that passes with 1 in opposition. Councillor Swanson is in opposition. There were 2 abstentions. Okay, Council, that's great. We're back to the main queue, in which case we are dealing with the amendment to the amended motion. And Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I am submitting an amendment to Clause B, and that is coming now. And in the interim while that's coming through, I'll speak to it briefly. And it is to add to B that the consultation directives include Vancouver Coastal Health, as well as that in recommending appropriate locations and hours for consumption, that recommendations consider but not be limited to and include public health considerations. For me, that really stood out as lacking or absent in this in terms of considerations. And I think it's imperative that we, in considering regulatory frameworks that have health implications, that we be engaging with not only health agencies like Vancouver Coastal Health, but we also be one of our considerations, public safety is there and crime prevention and so on. But I think public health also has to be included.
Great. Okay, I'm going to move us to an amendment queue, Councillor Dominato, and anyone wishing to speak to this amendment, put yourself on that amendment queue. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks so much. I think that this is really important in every part of this. So I will be supporting it, and I do hope that Councillor Dominato will be putting forward the previous amendment again that you had shared, Chair Carr, that could come forward. But if she doesn't, I may consider putting something similar forward. I understand there's been some process issues and technical issues getting online, but I have to say I really do appreciate this. I think that considering the concerns that we heard, and we don't often hear from the Vancouver Police Department and Vancouver Coastal Health that they're so concerned with these pieces. And in fact, I also worry as we look at COVID recovery and going through the budget, what that's going to look like for us. So wanting to make sure that, all of our partners are considered in that, and really support what Councillor Dominato is moving forward with here. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. I see no one else on this queue to speak to this amendment. So, Madam Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on this, please.
Can I have a vote assistance in favor, please? It's Councillor Kirby-Young.
Great, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. That was fine, and it is a unanimous decision. Great. Back to our main queue now with an amended motion. Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I'll resubmit if I have to, but my previous amendment, if I could have that brought back up regarding the piazza. And let me know, please, clerks, if you need me to re-forward that.
I'm just waiting to hear from the clerks on that one.
If not, actually, I'll just re-forward it. That's all right.
I think that it's been, yes, it's been placed on our screens now, Councillor Dominato.
Fantastic, thank you.
And if you wish to speak to that, go ahead. Or if not, I can move on.
I think I spoke to it
all right.
previously. No need to.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Kirby-Young to the amendment.
Chair Carr, could
no,
you
I believe
move
that's
us
a
to the
holdover,
amendment
Madam
queue?
Chair.
Pardon me?
Chair Carr, we should move to the amendment queue.
Ah, yes, you're right. Councillor DeGenova is on the amendment queue.
I think that was a holdover from the previous one.
Okay.
I was just happy to ask a quick point of information.
Yes. I think it might have. If the clerk, I just want to get a verification. If that clerk was that a holdover? I just need clarification on that.
Yes, it
Otherwise,
was.
Councillor Fry was on the list.
Yes, it was, Chair Carr.
Okay, so if you want to put yourself back on that, yeah, you have. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry, you have the floor on the amendment that's being submitted by Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. I'm going to submit an amendment to the amendment, please.
Okay. Have you submitted it, or are you doing it?
I am just finishing off the formatting there, and there we go. Councillors will have seen an email from the Deputy City Manager, Paul Mokry, suggesting that it is possible, based on the language that Councillor Dominato had proposed, that issues associated with that specific location could hold up others if indeed we are required to implement it first. So further to my original concerns, I'm suggesting an amendment to that amendment, which reads, which replaces the with a, so it's a first pilot. It strikes actually including input from VPD and Vancouver Coastal Health, because that's actually mentioned elsewhere in the motion, and I would fear that it would be deemed as out of order because it's frivolous. And of course, I want to support this piazza idea, but that it help to inform future pilot locations.
Chair Carr, we have not received the amendment.
Oh, really?
Councillor Fry, have you submitted this amendment?
All right, so. One more time, sorry. I'm just forwarding it to you. It is proposed re-amend to amend subject line. Apologies. And so click on the last bit there about help to inform. Of course, so the intention here, as per Mr. Mokry's advice, is that this wouldn't hold up future projects or pilots.
Okay.
Thank you, Clerk.
Are you finished?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yep.
That's great. So we are going to an amendment 2Q. And Councillor Boyle, were you on that queue, or was that a holdover?
That's a holdover.
Right.
So, sorry, Chair, point of privilege.
Yes.
Actually, in my amendment, it actually had also struck include, the word include there. include, it actually also struck and. Sorry, as I'm looking at it, I know the clerk's just typing this on the fly based on what I'm saying, so appreciate that. Thanks, clerk.
Okay, so we are now dealing with, one hopes, the final amendment amended. Councillor DiGenova, did you put yourself on that queue? Go ahead. To the
Yes, I did. I have a point of information through you to, I suppose it's the deputy city manager. But I'd just like to check in with you on that, Chair Carr.
Don't know if he's
Okay.
here, but it
Okay.
could be through me to staff. Go ahead
Well, I
with
would
your
assume
question.
that someone was here from staff. So the question is how this could hold it up, considering it talks about a location, but in the motion that was passed by council, it says the council directs staff to work with the Italian community to explore the creation of an age-friendly piazza pilot space in Vancouver. That includes local artisans, restaurateurs, proprietors. But no, this is the question, and would allow for community-led events in a designated outdoor space that would also include the responsible enjoyment of beer, wine, and aperitivos, along with food, and if possible, to be implemented before the end of June 2020. My question is how the location could hold it up, because it simply says in Vancouver. So I feel that I do need to ask you that, because Councillor Fry has now stated that that was the reason and information that he had received for possibly calling something out of order, and misinformation is being, given here because it says Vancouver. So I just wanted to ask the point of information as to how that could hold things up. Thank you very much.
To the city manager, that question was through me. To you, I don't know if the deputy city manager is here, but to the city manager, if you were here, can answer the question.
Thanks, Chair Carr. It's Paul Murphy here, Deputy City Manager. Yeah, and thanks for the clarification. And this was just out of an abundance of caution on our part, that the motion that Council passed, and we certainly acknowledge the direction that we received from Council last year, and are working and will work to implement that as a priority for sure. The amendment makes reference to the implementation of that specific concept as now the first thing that we would do here. And there was other, as Councillor DiGenova just indicated, there were other constraints or conditions on implementation of that particular piazza. So we just wanted to put forward to you, Council, to consider that if that was the first thing that had to be done here, that might take additional time. We certainly understand the direction to move forward with it expeditiously. I don't think there's any question around that. It was, like I say, just out of an abundance of caution, given the very specific wording of the amendment as it was proposed.
Thanks. Okay. I do have one more point of information, and that's from Mr. Mokri again, through you, Chair Carr.
Go ahead.
Just regarding the way that staff prioritized the motion. So as I just read, this motion was put forward in 2019. It passed at the time. We're in 2020. So if this motion that we have before us passes, what would this do to the motion that I'd put forward in the queue?
Sorry, Councillor, through you, Chair Carr, is the motion you're referring the from 2019?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. We would roll that in, and again understand, given the fact that we've had prior direction, that that's a priority. So we would continue to work on that for sure, and then of course any further direction that we get this evening on that, we would follow that as well.
Okay, but it would still be a priority. This would not cause staff to spend less time or put less effort or less work into that. It would remain the priority level it is right now.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mokri. Councillor Weave, to the amendment.
Yeah, after hearing staff state that the piazza is a priority, and that if this was the first pilot, it could stall some of the smaller pilots that could be in neighborhoods across the city, I will not be supportive of the amendment or the original amendment. I think the idea of the piazza is great. If someone were to remove first, because I think this is a great idea. I think that with what's happened with COVID in Italy and what's happening with the celebration of Italian Days and others, I think it's critical that we find a way to celebrate Italian Heritage Month, and I think a piazza would be amazing, and I'd like the comment from our deputy city manager that it is a priority. I just don't want to see that make other piazzas across the city stall. So the idea that it's first and that it would have to be done prior to any other one, I think is not effective in trying to get it done. Yet I do think this should be a priority. So I would be supportive of an amendment that removes first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to speak in support of the changes that Councillor Fry is making to this, and I wanted to ask those questions and make sure that Council had the assurance that there was no set location for this. It wasn't Commercial Drive. Some people may think that Little Italy, because there is 8 blocks designated Little Italy. Chair Carr, you'll remember that took us quite some time to do, but I appreciate your support on that. I have to say there is no Italian Day actually this year. Councillor Wiebe, to your point, and I think that it's important. So many people in our community have lost people. Right now we're 7 minutes into Festa di Repubblica. The National Italian Day celebration right now is happening on Facebook Live, and I know that the community finds ways to support each other. And that being said, I think that this is a way to show some support. It also was in the queue, so I think that they're, speaking to the issue of fairness also, and wanting to make sure that this was in there. Then maybe I could possibly move forward and support pieces of this motion. That being said, happy to meet in the middle with Councillor Fry's suggestion here. So I do urge Council to just consider that information. Wanted to share that with you. I'd hope that we reach outside those cultural areas that we possibly think are Chinatown and are Little Italy, are the Punjabi market, and realize that there's multiculturalism throughout our city. So
Great.
for that reason, I appreciate both amendments, and I'll be supporting both.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. I don't see anyone else on the queue here to speak on the amendment to the amendment. So, Madam Clerk, could you take us to a vote on this, please? Councillor Kirby-Young, do you need a vote assist?
I voted, Madam Chair.
I do see that you have now. Thank you. That motion does pass with 1 in opposition, Councillor Swanson. Great. We are now back to a amendment Q1. Councillor Fry, you are still on the floor for that amendment Q.
Just a point of privilege, could we have the amended amendment up, please? Chair Carr.
Oh, yeah, Madam Clerk, if you could, that's great. And Councillor Fry, do you have anything else to add to this amendment? Councillor Fry, you may be muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I've had some technical difficulties here. I thought maybe I was muted. On reflection and listening to Councillor Wiebe's comments, I'm going to further amend this, and I hate to do it, but I'm just going to strike the word first. I think out of an abundance of caution and based on the advice we've been given and Councillor Wiebe's comments, I think I'm assured by this Deputy City Manager that this is a priority and it's moving forward, and I think that that'll be reflected. But I don't want to see things unnecessarily held up elsewhere if for whatever reason this doesn't come to fruition, given the extenuated circumstances that may come to pass. Still very supportive of the idea, just don't want anything else to be held up.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'm going to move us, Council, to an amendment Q2. And I do not see anyone on the list, Council, so I will be moving. Okay, Councillor
Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Yes, go ahead with your point of privilege. Councillor DiGenova.
Sorry, I just couldn't get on the queue. I was trying to get on the queue. Thank you.
Would you like me to add you to the queue?
I was just able to reload it. Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be supportive. I really think that it is critical that we do find a piazza for Italian Heritage Month and work quickly on this, recognizing council support and that it's a great idea to have piazza, and we had unanimous support, so we'll be supportive of this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks so much. I'm not sure if this actually speaks to the issue that Councillor Dominato has raised, if it's exactly the same, or if this was the intention of the motion. But what I will say is I don't see an amendment that's been sent in that says to strike this language, and I'm not sure why the rules would be different, Chair Carr.
Is this, I saw it struck by the clerk, so I'm just verifying, has that amendment to the amendment been forwarded?
Chair Carr, no, we have not received that.
Great. Councillor Fry, amendments do need to be sent in, and I ask you to do that. And I caution all councillors, there's been a lot of time spent in this meeting waiting while councillors are using their 5 minutes to actually type out amendments and send them in. And one of our rules of procedure actually is to submit amendments prior to actually getting on the queue to speak to them. And that would actually help speed up our meetings if that was done. So I'm really asking council to comply with that part of our procedure bylaw. Councillor Fry, has that been sent in
Yes.
or not?
Apologies, Chair. It has been sent in. I thought a one-word strike wouldn't need to be. My apologies.
Okay. Madam Clerk, have you received that amendment?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Councillor DeGenova, go ahead. Councillor DeGenova?
That was a holdover on the queue. I won't be supporting this.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Council, we have no one on the queue, so I'm wondering, Madam Clerk, if you could please move us to a vote. Council, you ready to vote? Councillor Swanson. Councillor DeGenova, you've not yet voted. Do you need a vote assist?
I just need to understand that we're voting on the word first.
Correct.
It's a point of privilege because the entire thing right now is highlighted in yellow. So I'd just like to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. Council, that amendment fails. There are 5, it's a vote 5 to 5, carried by those in opposition. Those in opposition are Councillors DeGenova, Swanson, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby-Young. Okay, back to the amendment queue. Councillor Fry, do you have anything else to add in that amendment queue?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. And council, I see no one else on that queue. So we are back to voting on the amendment, which was not amended. So a vote, Madam Clerk, please, on the amendment.
Madam Chair, do we have the point of privilege? Do we have the correct version on screen right now? I don't see it.
It's highlighted in yellow.
The previous one. I thought that was the previous amendment that failed. I'm just confirming if we have the right language on the screen.
The previous amendment that we just voted on was to strike the word first, and that failed. So first is in this amendment, you will see.
Thank you for the clarification.
Right, okay. And that passes with 3 in opposition, Councillors Swanson, Weeb, and Boyle. Okay. And we are now on the main queue to the motion as amended. Councillor Kirby-Young, you are on that main queue. I think you had the last.
I believe that's a holdover.
Got it. Councillor DeGenova, go ahead.
I believe that's also a holdover, although I would like to ask to sever out that one clause, please. As
Sure.
a point of privilege, thank you.
Yep. Councillor Fry to the amended motion.
Oh, am I still on the queue? Oh, no, I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Bly to the amended motion. Councillor Bly, you may be muted.
It's a holdover, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Dr. Daly here. I think we have a situation where we're not creating a bunch of new jobs for lower wage workers, and we are expanding access to alcohol. And like I've said before, I think we should be following public health directives and reducing access to alcohol for health reasons. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Weed to the amended motion.
Yeah, I think that this is really critical to ensure that people that don't have a space and the equity across the city allows for people to feel comfortable and feel that they belong in the city and can enjoy their alcohol in a safe place, and that we look at the zones that we currently have issues and find ways to make them better so that those neighborhoods are responding to the issues of aggressive drinking in certain areas and find better spaces that we can work collectively to ensure that this is done in a safe and responsible way across the city. And I hope that the residents of Vancouver recognize that if this passes, that we need to all take ownership in these spaces and ensure that we use them responsibly so they can continue. Obviously, during this time of COVID, we need to find space to meet each other, and a lot of people don't have a space in their home that is large enough to enjoy time with friends or family. And I think this is a great way for us to socially distance, yet get outside in a social environment. It also be very supportive of the restaurants who yet can sell alcohol until the middle of July outside of their establishments, and so people can go to a space. And what's important about this, and I know that Councillor Swanson has said it before, people that can purchase alcohol at a reasonable rate can then enjoy these spaces, and they don't need to be purchased from an expensive restaurant or an expensive place, that these are places for everyone. And I think that's critical, that we create spaces where people in Vancouver really feel that they belong. And obviously the speaker from the last motion, that kind of really touched me, that some people feel it's safe to drink in these public places, but others do not. And if we're going to put an equity lens on the city and make it so people feel safe and they feel welcome, I think we need to look at the way we create policy. And I think this is a move in that right direction. So I know this is an important day. And I think that I really am supportive of us revisiting and looking at the way we handle policy in the city of Vancouver. So I will be supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Councillor Hardwick to the amended motion. Councillor Hardwick, you may be muted. Councillor Hardwick, we still can't hear you.
We need Councillor Harvey to pull her mic down. It's not sitting. There you go.
Sorry. So I'm going to echo Councillor Swanson, echoing Dr. Daly. We weren't addressed with this very strong statement. Again, I crossed and spoke to Dr. Daly, and I said, let me make sure I understand you loud and clear. And she said, this is a bad idea, and it's a bad idea now for a raft of reasons that are science-based. And so, again, I cannot support, given that and my personal experience, which I know is anecdotal, but I'm sorry, I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm with Councillor Swanson on this one. I think she's said it really eloquently that we have medical expertise for a reason, and we are so fortunate to have had such great counsel with Dr. Bonnie Henry and with Dr. Patricia Daly. And the stats and the research that Dr. Daly shared with us were really striking. And in terms of alcohol surpassing tobacco as the #1 cause of death related to other harms, such as domestic violence, we're seeing increasing incidents of accidents and so on. And what I'm hearing from the public, if I sift through all the feedback to council is that it's really the parks and beaches that are people's hearts have captured imagination. It's not the downtown spaces, which I think a lot of people associate with this, or, the DVBIA, for example, suggested the North Plaza of the Vancouver Art Gallery. It instills fear in me when I look at, 5,000 people that are gathering right now, heartbroken by incidents of racism and that are happening across the city. But we're not able to even sort of deal with protests right now, and to have additional gathering spaces after council has passed 2 motions tonight that do support extended alcohol, both in limited food sort of categorizations, as well as a pilot at parks and beaches, which is really where I think the public sentiment is, just to me is too much right now. I mean, Patty Daly was very clear when she said you couldn't come at a worse time. And I think that we're trying to support the restaurants and the businesses. We're trying to really focus on what the core things are that the city needs to be doing right now. We're asking a lot of our staff as it relates to sort of COVID response and licensing. And I just think from a health perspective, it just goes against all the research we heard when she said, the doctor said, every % increase in alcohol spaces and availability leads to a 3.25% fold increase in the number of deaths. And I'm not trying to be dramatic, because I'm not against responsible drinking, and I support it in sort of on the parks and beaches, but just not everywhere. Alcohol is not the answer to the pandemic. It's just not, and those harms are just too significant to ignore. And I think it's going to bring a number of associated issues and additional expenses that Councillor Fry identified, such as need for washrooms, for consultation, for signage, for setup, and so on. And so I'd like to see us focus on where we're going to make the biggest impact, I think, for our residents. And I think that's going to be in the other spaces. So I'm not going to be supporting this motion tonight, because I just think from a public health perspective, in the time of a pandemic, that may work against physical distancing, and looking at practically what kind of spaces do we have that are large enough to really do this and spread out across the city, where there's eyes and ears on them, or that are close to sort of residential areas. And I really think those are the parks and beaches, and that's where this is best suited to. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and I do hope that the other councillors and our staff have a chance to review the North Vancouver bylaw that was passed last night, because I think, and what's articulated in this motion as well, is that this is not everywhere throughout the city. This is about select areas. And we do have a program now where we're exploring making public space out of our streets and creating plazas off high streets that could purposefully be for this exact application and the responsible enjoyment. You know, I keep going back to Dr. Henry's comments about, or sorry, Dr. Daly's comments about the cultural shift necessary, because we're a binge drinking culture. And I think that every time we deploy any kind of public drinking, it's typically in such a perversion of what anybody would consider responsible drinking. They're typically in beer gardens. They're typically in overindulgent kind of capacities, not for the social enjoyment. You know, I reflect on some of the comments from Deputy Chief Chow when we looked at where are the highlights, where are the real incidents of problem drinking and police calls for problem drinking. And it's areas like the Granville Entertainment District, where we have, for all intents and purposes, created this binge drinking culture by the proliferation of bars and nightlife and that kind of activity. So again, you know, this is really about creating opportunities for just regular Vancouverites who would like to enjoy a social drink in some capacity and don't have those opportunities. I personally, I have the opportunity. I have a yard. I have the opportunity to socially distance or physically distance and socially connect and have a drink and not worry about crossing paths with the law. And we heard loud and clear from the police that there.
And that's your time, Councillor Fry.
Oh, how'd that happen? Okay.
I don't know, but it did. Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I'll try to be brief in the interest of time. Is that I've appreciated the dialogue on this motion. You know, one of the things I was hearing from when Councillor Boyle brought forward her motion was a real appetite, and I think that appetite started with the Park Board's motion and discussion around providing that opportunity for the public to go, and whether it be going to the beach or going to a park and having a picnic, being responsible adults, and taking that picnic, having something to drink with friends. And I think there's a real appetite for that. I also found Dr. Daly's comments very compelling, and I don't think I need to repeat some of the statistics that she shared and some of the considerations. One of the things that I think that we benefit from, and maybe will tie it into the work of the park board going forward, and is that we have also a lot of smaller residential parks within our city, which create so I know we have destination parks and beaches, but we also have essentially every neighborhoods have multiple kind of residential neighborhood parks that allow people to kind of gather and congregate. And I think provides an opportunity for exactly what councils have raised tonight, is to create some equity, create some space for people to gather. What I would really like to see is that something like this be coming forward at a later date with some further input from staff and consideration, research, and consultation, and so that it can have some sort of further due consideration. And so that's where I sit with this, as I sort of grappled with it, considering Dr. Daly's feedback, and then the fact that we basically have 3 different motions on the docket around this subject, and had a lot of confidence and supported the first 2, but I'd like to see this one come back at a later date, or maybe it's come via staff, and so we have a bit more time to consider what that looks like, and a measured approach. Because I do think there is some merit in looking at it, but I don't think this is the right time.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. Bear with me. I'm being kicked off of WebEx here, but I am on the queue, and I can see that. Chair Carl, I just want to ask a point of information.
Yes, go ahead.
The point of information is, if this motion were to fail, I just want to make sure that, as Mr. Mokri had said before, that it was still prioritized in the queue, and that's my understanding. So I'd like to make sure that that is indeed true. So if this didn't pass, it would just mean that this motion was no longer a part of this program, that staff would continue to move forward with their work on the piazza, and that's very important to me.
Your question's clear. I'll ask it and see if Mr. Mokri is available to answer that. Mr. Mokri?
Yes, thanks. Through your Chair Carr, yes, we would continue to work on the basis of the direction from 2019 on that motion.
Thanks very much.
You're done, Councillor DiGenova?
And no. I just wanted to wait to hear that, and I appreciate the answer to my question. Thank you, Chair Carr, for indulging me on that. And I too wanted to say that I have some concerns about this and the way that we would be moving forward so quickly without consultation on this. I understand that right now we are in interesting times, in difficult times, and I imagine that the data, that the information that Dr. Daly had spoke about, and I appreciate Councillor Swanson's words this evening as well. I think that she's eloquently outlined some of the troubles with this, that alcoholism does start with one drink. That being said, to Councillor Dominato's points, I think that there is an appetite to allow that to happen in some places. And I think that if we're really clear about where those places are, and maybe we start with asking our park board to look at the beach and parks, then not every place in the city, throughout every neighborhood, are individuals who may actually be vulnerable to this, going to face issues that should be considered in our 4 pillars drug strategy here at the City of Vancouver that's been supported across many governments. And for that reason, I do have some issues supporting this. I did really try and come together with Councillor Fry, and Councillor Fry, I appreciate your amendments. to Councillor Dominato's amendments. That being said, when it comes to fairness and talking about fairness of motions, I mean, I guess I'll be questioning that a little bit in moving forward, considering some of the comments that were made tonight. But I think that, there are certain ways that we can move forward with this in a responsible way, but we need to have that oversight with the Vancouver Police Department, with Vancouver Coastal Health. And also, I think that there's other organizations that don't even know we're talking about this consultation. I think about Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. I think about other organizations and some implications that I haven't even considered yet. So for those reasons, I won't be able to support it. I also think that as we look at our budget moving forward, it's really important to remember that the Vancouver Police Department, the last words and the question that I asked to Deputy Chief Chow were, yes, there would be budget implications in this. It would draw on their resources that I understand are already stretched right now through COVID. So for those reasons and the reasons Dr. Daly had cited, that the stresses she was talking about and the 25% increase in drinking that we see in BC as opposed to across Canada, that's something not only to consider now, but when I asked her, are people under even more stress now because of COVID? And she responded that she believed that that was true. I'm concerned that we just need to take a step back. So I wish this motion instead had staff considering this and going back, but instead it asked to do this. Let's move forward right now and ask questions later. And I don't think that that's the way that we should be making policy here in the city of Vancouver. I think that, we talk about a new normal, but I think that we also have to talk about protecting people in our city. And that means many different things. That's not just public safety. That's also about harm reduction and making sure that we are making places inclusive for everyone, age-friendly, family-friendly, and we need to make sure that this city and every neighborhood works for everyone. And because of the concerns that have been raised, I won't be able to support the overall motion. And I appreciate that the piazza will still be worked on. So I don't need that severed. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. You don't need any severing. No severing.
I do not think.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, just some final comments. The research from Dr. Daly was on the access to alcohol sales, and this is not increasing the access to alcohol sales. It also is a pilot that would need to be done during this time of COVID, where we have a significant amount of arts and cultural spaces and our venues that cannot open, and we are not increasing the amount of seats. We're changing the seats to allow access and allow for performances outside in these squares and piazzas. So from the arts and culture community, they've sent a lot of emails talking about this. I think that there's a critical component to not only support our local businesses that this would support, but also the arts and culture community that have been very vocal, recognizing that these spaces would allow for small performances, comedians, shows, to be able to find spaces to act and to ensure that we still have that pulse in the city of Vancouver, as well as some of the festivals and others that could work in a very different manner. And I think we need to recognize that this isn't going to be the same summer. Places are not opening. Our nightclubs and big music venues will not be opening this year. And it is not going to work if we don't have spaces to make sure that we have responsible consumption of alcohol. The outdoor theaters that we've seen in other cities where they have found spaces to allow for safe consumption. The idea of monitoring the spaces, because right now it is already happening, and yet we could do a better job of ensuring it's safe for everyone, ensuring that we have the ability to check for IDs, the ability to ensure that we are providing more safety, the ability for us to have comedians outside and live music where people can go and really enjoy it, and also the equity lens where people don't have to spend the money at an expensive patio. They don't need to go and be involved in a certain private area. I think it's much more open. Councillor Swanson says someone can come here and enjoy a local cider with a peanut butter and jam sandwich and be able to enjoy some live music. And I think that's critical for us as a city, is think differently in the way we move. And I really appreciate all the kind of insight into this motion, recognizing what's happened across in other cities and how we need to make equity happen. And we need to ensure that this isn't increasing the amount of access to alcohol, because what we have is a different type of city and we need a new normal. And this is the type of new normal people are asking for. So I'm going to be voting in support, and I really encourage the public to find ways to support council in finding motions that pushed our limits to do things differently and change the status quo.
Thank you, Councillor Weave. And final comments to you, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much, Chair Carr. Yeah, I'm going to speak in support of this motion for very similar reasons that I supported the previous motion put forth by Councillor Boyle. And to me, this motion really does complement other council endorsed motions, including the extended patios and allowing food primary businesses to sell liquor off sales with takeout orders. We've got now an endorsed motion going to the park board to let them know that we're supportive of certain areas, parks, beaches, drinking. So to me, I actually would see that there's a lot of work already happening with staff on this topic, and it's actually a really good time and an efficient time to double down on that work and ask them to report back. This motion asks for a report back. It's not, it's certainly suggesting that if this motion passed entirely as it's been amended, that we endorse this high level as a principle. And I appreciate that councillors have expressed that they're not comfortable with that. But, I am comfortable with it. I think that there are a number of concerns that we have heard, but they have to be measured against policy and supporting and governing the entire population in the city. And I have great faith in Vancouverites that, for the most part, we have a responsible group of people who want to be treated like adults. I think those were the words of Dr. Henry in regards to the provincial health orders around COVID-19. Is the reason that we were able to flatten the curve faster than anyone else across the country was because we did treat people like adults. We asked them to manage themselves. We asked them to take care of each other, and that's what they did. So yes, those that may have tendencies towards alcoholism and alcohol abuse, that is an entirely valid and deserving consideration, and it's up to us policymakers to make those tough balanced decisions. And so there are a lot of support systems for folks that struggle with alcohol, and there are a lot of people that don't. And I think as we're asking businesses to consider moving their operations further outside the boundaries of their restaurants, we're asking people to go into public spaces. Phase 3 or 4 is concerts and organized groups. So we're a long ways out before we're starting to gather in groups where you may find a special event liquor permit or a temporary permit. And in the meantime, people need to be able to live their life in the city. And I look to North Van, but looking elsewhere as well, that this is not creating chaos in communities the way that it's perhaps been suggested it could do. So I support this quite confidently, and I think it's really important and time well spent by our staff to look at this. So I do hope it passes.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. And that does, all councillors have spoken to this, so we are now moving on to a vote, and it will not be severed, so we'll vote on the whole motion as amended. And that motion fails with 5 in favor and 5 opposed. Those opposed are Councillors DeGenova, Swanson, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby-Young. Okay, Council, we have completed that item 7, and we are now on to item 8, defining social housing consistently and transparently in the City of Vancouver, moved by Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. We have 3 registered speakers to this motion, and Madam Clerk, I'm wondering if we can move to hear from those speakers. The first speaker is Mark White, who is actually the chair of the Housing Subcommittee and the Seniors Advisory Committee for the City of Vancouver.
Yes, Chair Carr, the speakers are already on the line.
Thank you so much. Mr. White?
Yes, hello. Is my presentation available to?
I believe it's already up on our screens, so you'll have to just say when to move forward to the next slide, but the title is definitely up on our screens, Mr. White.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to rapidly
And if
go
you could
through
speak
these
it right directly into your phone so we could hear you clearly, that would be good.
Okay, thank you. So the Senior Advisory Committee supports Council Pete Fry's motion for several reasons. We believe there's a strong rationale to revisit the definitions used for social housing and to align with existing definitions used by other levels of government, as well as to look at the affordability side of the equation. Next, we concur with the new values of the housing strategy, as we're not just talking about housing, we're talking about the need to create complete communities where all residents, especially those in low and low to moderate housing, are integrated into neighborhoods and have foundational supports and sufficient disposable income to allow them to
Mr. White, if you
thrive.
could, you're a little bit hard to hear. If you could speak again more directly straight into your phone, that would be good, please.
Okay. Is this any better?
Yes, it's a little bit better.
Okay. Next. The social return on investment can be part of a guiding framework for measuring the broader social outcomes that come from ensuring all citizens have access to safe, stable, and affordable housing. We also see the need for a continuum of housing choices, including different types of housing to meet targeted, more vulnerable populations. Next. On January 21st, 2020, CMHC released a new metric of affordability, as the shelter cost income ratio, STIR, did not include other variables leading to additional housing hardships, such as family size, regional costs of living disparities, and level of remaining income that limits the ability for individuals to enhance their quality of life. Vancouver has some of the highest housing costs in Canada, and there are many working poor families and individuals, including single women with children, paying up to 45 to 50% income on shelter costs. Next slide. This is partially what CMHC CEO meant, that the National Housing Strategy is not just focused on housing. It's about preserving existing housing, creating inclusive community-based housing, and it is about income. Next. Equally important is how these definitions are defined by senior governments and availability of funding to nonprofit organizations as well as municipalities that can incentivize or disincentivize the preservation of existing affordable housing and support new housing. Next. If you're building housing that fits within the current hills, it's clear that it is serving a need, but it is not going deep enough in terms of affordability. We need community mixed income housing solutions that meet the full diversity of needs within a community. CMHC BC housing funding is available to nonprofit providers who've demonstrated that they can create significant levels of affordable housing for low and low to middle income families, including seniors receiving GAIN. This level of mixed income housing is significantly better than the social economic benefit attributed to the MERP program. As well, several co-ops in the city are also self-subsidy co-ops where higher income members contribute to a subsidy pool that support low and low middle income members. Next. BC Housing has developed strong relationships with nonprofit providers to help define strategic targets and programs that best address operational goals and requirements. Next. Currently, the city uses formulas based on grants related to percentages off of market value, rather than to consider social goals and housing through affordable lens, as defined by CMHC and aligned with their housing priorities. Next. We need to align policy and operations with real incomes and priorities. Next. Operationally, the city housing policy appears to be based on the median income of Vancouver households versus the median income of Vancouver renters, which is considerably lower. In land lease negotiations, the city is not considering the 30% plus differential in market rental values between older rental buildings and new construction. Next. This is particularly important on land currently the city owns, which is being potentially removed from escalating land values in market housing. These types of variables all matter when considering how the city defines social housing and how the city supports and preserves its existing affordable community housing, linked to real incomes of the majority of people living in these communities. Next. Since March 25th, 2019, the BC government relieved the city of Vancouver from restrictions on how it manages land valuation. It appears that the city real estate policies and practices have not been adjusted or audited to compare how other municipalities in BC and elsewhere have created affordable non-market housing previously not available to the city because of the city charter. Next. Given the existing inventory of social housing and co-op housing is really the only truly affordable housing, there must be a more concerted effort to recognize the public benefit it serves, as well as more effort to preserve and protect existing housing to ensure that it remains affordable. Housing for households with low and low moderate incomes should be reviewed as the top priority, and the city may wish to prioritize new affordable housing development on commercial property. Next. It is clear from the current challenges that the city on its own cannot meet the current demand for affordable housing. There is, however, a growing appetite from nonprofit housing providers, housing co-ops, ethnocultural, religious, labor organizations to support innovative community housing initiatives. Given that only 5% of the existing stock is non-market housing, neither the market nor the city on its own will be able to meet the needs of households that require affordable housing. And to do this is going to require partnerships with all levels of government in collaboration with nonprofit housing providers and community-based organizations. The City of Vancouver's experiment in supporting and facilitating nonprofit community housing trusts is an example of how leadership and innovation can make a difference. Greater clarity in social housing definition goals would help the city create policies that can foster innovation to work with senior governments. Yes.
Mr. White, yes, you're well over time. So
okay.
You do have questions, but yes,
sure.
If you could, yeah, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And I'm gonna just ask the clerk to help me with the speakers queue because my screen has gone blank on that for the councillors who are speaking. So, Madam City Clerk, could you advance whichever councillor it is?
Councillor Swanson is next. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much for coming in for all the work of making that presentation. I remember when you were here once before, you said that the median income for seniors was around $28,000 a year, I think. So I wanted to ask you, what steps would you take to help build social housing in Vancouver that those seniors could afford?
I think through aligning the housing strategy with existing social housing funding opportunities with senior governments, as well as the nonprofit providers, that would make a difference. But I also think that there are other things. For instance, right now, I believe the BC government property transfer tax is taxing property values based on market values, and that's creating quite a burden for creating new affordable housing. So I think that with the BC Union of Municipalities and Community Partners, that could be something that the city could speak to the provincial government about, and that would make a very significant difference as it increases.
Mr. White, if you could again speak into your phone, we're losing you in terms of sound.
Okay. I was just saying that one of the areas would also be to talk to the BC government about the property transfer tax.
You mean to try and get a
hindrance.
portion? How do you mean? What would we say to them about it? Would we say, please give us some?
Well, I think that there's two different elements. One could be that that any property tax that's charged at market rent for non-market goes back to the city to support affordable housing, or that it's just mitigated and you have a different rate for non-market housing purposes. And I think BC Housing would support that as well.
So the property transfer tax is when property is sold, right?
Well, it's also on lease renewals. So it's
okay.
it becomes very significant when you're looking at longer-term lease renewals. So if you're going to 60 to 99-year lease renewals, for instance, and setting up community land trusts, you're having to pay market value, is tax based on market value, even though you're creating non-market housing.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So what else would you do to build more affordable housing?
And that's just about out of your time.
I would remove the city reassessment of market valuation for land that it currently owns. That's targeting non-market community-based housing initiatives. If you're trying to create affordable housing, and we know that the difference and the escalating values of property, it makes no sense. You can never create affordable housing if you're referencing property that's in the market.
And that's your time, Councillor Swanson. And just reminding, you have other questions coming, Mr. White, but reminding councillors you have 3 minutes to ask speakers questions. Councillor Hardwick, you're up next.
Thank you very much. Mr. White, thank you so much again for being here and speaking with us. I'm not sure that your slides were, we were getting them all at the right time as you were speaking. Would it be possible to get your slides if you haven't sent them to us already?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I forgot to keep saying next. But yes, they were sent and they were actually to be circulated. And the city clerk had noted that they would be circulated for the meeting.
Well, they were excellent, and I would say hallelujah to you. We're singing from the same song sheet here. I'd like to have a more in-depth conversation at a later date, but I did want to acknowledge one of the things that you said in there, and I think it was that the most affordable housing already exists, and part of this, what you were looking at there was making sure that we don't that we preserve our affordable housing instead of just tearing it down. Would you like to elaborate on that at all? It was just one of your slides.
Yes. Well, when you look at when you look at affordability, existing housing is the only affordable housing available, given new construction costs. So I think it's particularly when you're wanting to increase affordable housing, you can't get it in the way that through the construction of new housing. Particularly, it seems kind of weird that the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund, the concept is that you're going to be receiving revenue streams from nonprofit housing providers. And how the city has been negotiating on co-ops is that it will force those providers to actually reduce the number of affordable housing available and force them to increase their higher income members in order to pay larger land leases. So and part of that is to then create a revenue stream so the city can support more affordable housing. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, well, so we'll talk about aligning and recalibrating at another time. I just wanted to say thank you, and I think you're spot on. Thank you.
Yes, great. You have more questions. Councillor DiGenova, you're next.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to make sure, Chair Carr, because I was kicked off the WebEx and the queue, that my previous vote went through. I also do have questions for the speaker, but
your previous vote went through. Yes.
Thank you very much. I did hear the entire presentation and saw it, and I appreciate that. I got it on just in time to do that. And my question is specifically around using definitions that maybe aren't considered across the board. So the suggestion about UBCM, really interested in. It's a good suggestion. Do you think that we also need to include BC Housing and CMHC as well in redefining social housing? What some call non-market housing, or rent geared to income, is a different type of perhaps when we're looking at some of the different names and acronyms that have been associated specifically to different types of housing and how we categorize them.
Well, I think that the reality is that we know that the city alone is not going to be able to create affordable housing, and is going to need partnerships. Now, part of the alignment is not so much the definition, although definitions are important, because you may have the provincial definition being slightly different than the federal definitions, and in terms of some of their priorities. What you want to be able to do is to have flexibility enough in your definitions so that you can access, and your nonprofit housing providers working with you in collaboration, to access that funding to support new development, as well as to preserve existing housing. So I think that, yes, you do want to look at, and most of the federal and provincial bodies have now been looking at these as being community-based housing initiatives, recognizing that the old style of creating income ghettos did not create safe, healthy, productive communities. So I think that we're looking at both models, both federally and provincially, are looking at more integrated models, as well as a range of our continuum of support. So you'll have some populations that really need more intensive supportive services.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the question.
Great, thank you. And
the answer to my question. Thanks.
Yep, those are your questions, and thank you again for the time you took, and for the slide deck that you presented that you've shared with us. Okay, on to speaker number 2, not the first speaker of the non-public body representatives, Nadia Yedzernia. Is Nadia Yedzernia on the line?
She is not. Oh, sorry.
Jericho, we haven't been able to reach the speaker. We've tried a number of times, so we would move on to the next speaker.
Okay. Is Rohana Rizal on the line?
Go ahead, Rohana.
Hello?
Yes, we can't hear. Yes, yes, Mr. Rizal?
Hi.
Yeah, you'll have to speak
good
up.
evening,
We can hardly hear you.
Oh, okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Make sure you speak very directly, and yes.
Okay,
Great,
good
welcome.
evening, Chair and Council. The previous council had a very effective way of dealing with various pressing problems the city faced. Instead of finding solutions, the previous council redefined away the problems. And this is what happened in 2015 when the council redefined social housing to mean projects where at least 30% of the housing came in at household income levels, rates set by BC Housing. Now you could have a building with 70% luxury safety deposit boxes in the sky for dirty money and still be classified as social housing. It's great for the developers because they get their DCLs and CACs waived. It's great for the city because they can pat themselves on the back for building hundreds of social housing projects, even though only a tiny fraction are affordable by those who need them most. Chair and Council, definitions matter. Defining 70% luxury projects as social housing is obscene. To quote a well-respected academic, Andy Ann, it's like putting lettuce in your cheeseburger and calling it health food. The City of Vancouver definition of social housing is misleading. Citizens of Vancouver deserve honesty and transparency. Redefining luxury buildings as social housing harms people. Let me ask you a question. You know, every day we make noise at 7 o'clock for the healthcare workers. But how many of those healthcare workers can actually afford to live in the city? I know lots of them, they commute from places as far away as Langley and beyond. I believe that everyone who contributes to this city deserves to live in the city. There's a need to build more true social housing so that those who don't make six-figure incomes are able to live in the city. The problem with redefining social housing to mean something else is that you hide this need. So I applaud Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward, and I urge all the councillors to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. You do have questions, so if you just want to wait a second. Councillor DiGianova, go ahead with your question.
Mr. Rizal, I just had a question as to the definition of housing and looking at this throughout our processes. So for me, I agree with a lot of the things you said. I wanted to ask you the question about the process. So for instance, when the City of Vancouver is working with other organizations, when we're trying to communicate this information to nonprofits or other stakeholders, when we're looking at working in partnership with CMHC and BC Housing on projects that perhaps it's about an online or an electronic application, and those words aren't matching up again. Do you agree that it needs to be more than just the City of Vancouver redefining this, that in fact that it needs to move beyond that to the province and the federal government?
So I will echo what the previous speaker said. It has to be flexible enough that it generally matches the definitions set by both the province and the federals, because the CMHC definitions don't seem to align precisely with the province's definition. But I mean, they're in the same ballpark, right? Whereas the city's definition is completely different. So I think the previous speaker really explained a good process that you could follow. Come up with a definition that agrees with the provinces, at the very least, right? Agrees with the province's definition. That could be a good starting point, because that's the institution that you'll be working with the most. And then try to make it flexible enough that you can fit it in with the federal definition or the CMHC definition.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, that's it, Councillor DiGianova?
Yes.
Yes, that's great, Mr. Rizal. That's it for questions. And again, thank you so much for speaking to Council. It's really, really well appreciated that you hung in the line. Thank you. Okay, Council, we are at the end of our speakers on this item, and just wanted to reassure you that the presentation that was presented by Mr. White, our first speaker, has been circulated by staff to all of you, so you should all have it. So we are now
Chair Carr?
moving. Yes, go ahead.
We just want to make sure that we have enough council to make quorum. There's only 6 that's visible right now on the video.
Okay, councillors, if you have your video turned off, please turn it on. We just want to make sure that that we do have quorum. So,
point of privilege, Chair Carr. I've just been on the phone, so I'm trying to load my WebEx up again, as I'd mentioned. But I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks for that information, Councillor DiGianova. So that might make 7, but still everyone should be aware that it's important for quorum for the clerks to know that you are present by being able to see you on your video. Thank you. So we are moving into to debate on this motion. And first we have Councillor Kirby-Yung. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a point of information to the mover through you, if I might.
Yes, go ahead.
It's just a point of clarification. And I think my question is, what is the problem? Councillor Fry, can you help me understand what is the problem we're trying to solve for here? And I know specifically, because that's my first question, and related to that with regards to point 8, it's in the whereas it says that people may be confused by the term being defined as being applying to an entire project. So what's the problem we're trying to solve for? And are you suggesting, to be clear, that you don't want to see mixed communities and you want it to apply to entire projects? I'm just trying to get my head around what we're actually trying to do.
Yeah, through you, Chair. The intent here is to really provide clarity around what the social housing is and what it isn't. So if it would be to articulate, yes, this project will include 30% of social housing rather than calling it a social housing project, which from many of the comments that I receive and from my own experience, even when this amendment was first brought through in the Downtown East Side local area plan after 3 days of public hearing, but without any consideration, it's not really an accurate definition. And I think in the interest of transparency, it's important to be accurate.
Can I ask, Madam Chair, a clarifying point of information through you to staff?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And that is just following up on that point. I'm just trying to get my head clear around this. Is it correct, related, I'm referring to point 1 in the whereas, that we define an entire project as social housing, or just those units that we may be able to secure at 30% occupied by incomes below housing income limits?
Mr. Mokri? Yeah, Mr. Mokri, are you available to answer that question?
Yes, Chair Carr. So yeah, the project would be, for the purpose of our regulation, the project would be considered a social housing project, provided it meets that definition.
So when we get an application, just following up then for clarity, say through a Rental 100 or one of those other projects, we're saying it doesn't classify as a rental project, it classifies in its entirety as a social housing project?
So I'd have to, we can provide more detail on that in terms of the specific programs and how each of those, the scope of those programs and how they fit. So I couldn't answer that specifically at this point in time. I'm not sure if we've got anyone else on the line from planning who may be able to speak to that. But generally, if the project meets that this definition of 30% of the units at or below hills, it's a social housing project.
Okay, it would be great to get some information back on that, because I think it's really germane to what the issues we're trying to solve for here, and I'm trying to understand the veracity of the facts in the whereas, because it does impact my ability to consider the motion.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, thank you. That's it for your comments, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
At this time, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Councillor Fry for making this, and I have an amendment which I sent earlier this morning. It's an amendment to A of the therefore be it resolved.
We're just waiting for that amendment to come up, Councillor Swanson, but you could speak to it as it's being brought up by the clerk.
Chair Carr,
I think it's really important that.
Sorry, just 1 second, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
We don't have the amendment, so if Councillor Swanson can forward it.
Oh, shit. Okay, take me a minute or two, sorry.
Perhaps what you can do is go off the list at this moment, Councillor Swanson, and then get back on, if that's okay, as you find that.
Okay.
Great. Okay, just put yourself back on. And I'm sorry, going to advance Councillor DeGenova. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me, Chair Carr?
Yes, I can.
Okay, just wanted to check. I was getting back on another system here. I have a point of information through you to staff, and that is regarding like section 219 covenants. I mean, looking at this from a nonprofit sector standpoint, but also the amount of work that would be included for staff to rewrite bylaws and the possible ramifications that this could have on the nonprofit community, considering the definitions in those covenants. I'm just wondering if staff had any concerns regarding that, as I didn't see that outlined in any draft comments.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mokri?
Thanks, Chair, through you. I mean, this motion, as we read it, is essentially a referral. So there's a lot of work that staff would have to do. We haven't done that work as yet, obviously awaiting the council's direction here. But that would be, one element of the report back. It will definitely take work. There's no question. But we would, in my view, we would need to report back to council on the implications of this before getting to the point of drafting bylaws.
Is that
okay? And I'm just wondering, if this motion were to pass, where would staff see this falling in their priorities?
Well, we would have to take it back and look at it in conjunction with the other housing related work that council has asked us to do. So at this point in time, I haven't scoped that specifically. We would need to work with our housing team to do that work.
Okay. And right now, would this motion and what's outlined in it right now ask staff to, another point of information, to consult with other levels of government, such as BC Housing, CMHC, and nonprofit organizations and other stakeholders involved in development or funding or the operations of social housing or non-market housing in the city of Vancouver?
So through the chair, the motion doesn't actually call for that right now. I mean, we certainly, if there are implications in relation to senior governments, that those would be the types of implications that we'd be reporting back to council.
Okay, so I have just sent forward an amendment. And if you'll indulge me, Chair Carr, I think I put a comma where there should be a colon. Just before FCM.
We'll wait to see it on the screen.
Thanks so much. I have sent it.
Yeah, no, it has arrived in our inboxes. I'm just waiting to see it on the screen. Councillor DiGenova, so the public can see it.
And these are additions. It's not striking anything.
Great.
And apologies for the acronyms if you wanted me to spell out Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation instead of CMHC. So it's right there, and it's because I think that those who are most affected by this, including the nonprofit organizations, that the city is doing work with, as well as the number of other stakeholders. For instance, developers who work with nonprofit organizations, as well as looking at making sure that we level set this with other organizations such as FCM, UBCM, LMLGA. And I'm just asking for staff to explore that and come back to us with that, because I think that sometimes when we have our own definition and no one else has that same definition, that, I would hate for there to be missed opportunities. So for that reason, I'm putting forward an amendment in addition to this.
Yes, Councillor DiGenova, I'm going to ask that you consider adding language and further that staff explore ways to work with the provincial government, including those other agencies. But myself, I am unclear as to your direction on working on in what capacity or towards what goal or on what kinds of things. So it's unclear
What's in
to me.
addition to the motion Chair Carr, and it was very much like there have been choppy paragraphs in different motions. So if this was embedded in the motion, I would assume that it would speak to the motion, the entire motion.
Okay, well, we'll just make sure that
if that's an issue, someone else can can amend it if they'd like.
Right. Okay. I'll wait to see if maybe it's clear to all the other councillors. And that is your time. So thank you for that. But I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. So
I thought we were in an amendment queue, as that was my amendment.
Yes, no, well, you made it, you were speaking on the main queue. You've made an amendment for people to speak to your amendment. We are now in an amendment queue. So anyone wishing to speak to that amendment can join the amendment queue.
I would just hope that I'd still have time to speak to the main motion as I put my amendment forward 2 minutes ago. At the time it was sent to the clerk. Thanks very much.
I don't see anybody on the amendment queue to speak to the amendment. Councillors, again, if no one's interested in speaking to that, Madam Clerk, Councillor DiGenova, you're speaking to your own amendment. No, you, Councillor DiGenova.
So sorry, I was double muted, Chair Carr. Just again, it talks specifically about the definition of social housing in here. But again, this would just be an addition. So I would see this as supplementing the other pieces of this motion. So
Great.
I just wanted to state that again for clarity.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fry to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I was off mute this whole time. Wow. Yeah, I just quickly to speak in support of this. I think it's a good housekeeping piece to add to this, and I appreciate Councillor DiGenova has a lot of experience in the not-for-profit housing development world, so I appreciate her input on this. It's probably a good piece to include that. So thank you, Councillor DiGenova, for the amendment.
Great, thanks, Councillor Fry. And I am not seeing any other. Oh, Councillor DiGenova, are you on this queue again?
I am. I just wanted to ask a point of information through you to make sure that I triple check something, Chair Carr, and I just wanted to ask a point of information through you to staff that they would consider that in addition to the other pieces of the motion.
Yes. Yep, go ahead.
That's my question. They wouldn't feel that this was not clear enough. If so, I will amend it to include to any new definitions of social housing. However, I didn't want to be too repetitive.
Yeah, great. Okay, Mr. Mokri.
Thanks, Chair, through you. I believe we understand the intent of the motion. I think, again, the second paragraph there in terms of what we would be working with senior governments and those other agencies on isn't necessarily apparent in the language, but I think in the context of the overall motion, we understand kind of what's intended here.
Okay. Chair Carr?
Yes.
I'm going to take my time here to add something after hearing from Mr. Mokri, and I understand that I do have some time, so it will just take me a moment, but please just wanted to let you know. Thanks. I'll be putting forward amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, you should do it. Yeah, you should do it. Well, you have 5 minutes, but you're at 1:50, so you should do it now. This is in the amendment queue. You have no more time in the main queue speaking to them. But anyway, you have time right now in this queue. So get it in. And all of us can just wait because there's no one else on the list to speak.
Okay, I've sent it over, and I just ask that it be added. Any grammar that's needed, the period needs to go after LMLGA.
Okay,
And
I'm going to move us to
okay.
Amendment Q2,
Okay.
just so that, and I will add you to that queue, Councillor Dominato, so that.
DeGenova.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just
Thanks.
sorry. I was just going down the list to find you there. You are now on the amendment to Q to speak to this amendment. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. And I just want to make sure that the clerk got that.
We don't have it up yet.
I did send it, and that after LMLGA, it be added in consideration for updating the definitions of social housing. And sorry, I should say the definition of social housing, not the definitions. So I hope you'll indulge me as a clerical
Yes.
and administrative to remove the S. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you. That's clarifying. Anybody else wishing to speak to that amendment, to the amendment? Council, it looks like we're ready for a vote then. Madam Clerk, if we could have the vote on this amendment to the amendment, that would be good. Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Kirby-Young, do you need a vote assist, either of you? No, you don't, Councillor DeGenova, you're there. Councillor Kirby-Young?
I just don't have a screen or the,
yeah,
to see what the amendment is.
Okay, but you heard it? Are you able to vote on it? Councillor Kirby?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
So, so you want an assist to the vote?
No, I can vote. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have just clarify. I don't have a screen to see the amendment.
Okay, got it. That passes unanimously. Okay, back to the amendment queue. Councillor DeGenova, you still, oops, you did have some time in that amendment queue. You don't have any more time in the main queue.
Since it's the end of my time, I'll just speak to hopefully what will be an amended motion. And I'd ask for severing of B. And the reason is because I'd expect that after this consultation that staff will come back to us, and I don't want to presuppose a new definition of social housing at this moment without that consultation. So I won't be, if this amendment passes, I will be asking that it be severed because I suppose that my amendment would be added underneath C. But I just, to Councillor Fry and what he's trying to achieve here, I agree. Social housing, I don't think cuts it. When we talk about non-market housing, when I talk about social housing now, that's not necessarily looking at, we have shelter rate. We have lots of different types of non-market housing also. We have supportive housing. We have accessible housing. Not all of those either are non-market housing. And I think that we do need to stop going round and round in this circle. That being said, I'm concerned about the ramifications and making sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's to make sure that we're not adding red tape to this process when I'm so impressed with the work that our staff have done in the short program to move things forward through the social housing or rental tenure. I think that being said, that also includes the definition of social housing. And I wouldn't want anyone to think that that program was redundant at this time and that we were coming forward with a new definition. So to ask staff to do something and look into something, but to already suppose the outcome of what they're coming back from, to me would be something that I'd either ask Councillor Fry to change that, and if he could change that to consider, then I could vote for it. If not, I'd be asking for the severing of B, and I wouldn't be able to support that in knowing that we're asking staff to do the work, but I'm not sure what they'll come back with. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks so much, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Kirby-Young, you are next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. To the amendment, or are we back to the main motion? We're still on the amendment?
No, we're on the amendment.
Oh, my apologies. I'll wait. I'll hold.
Okay. Then, Council, there's no one on the queue, so we can vote on this amendment, and you can see it in yellow highlighted on your screen. Everybody see it? Everybody ready to vote? Hearing no one saying no. So Madam Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on the amendment. Councillor DiGenova? Okay, that is a unanimous vote. Great, Council. Back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor on the main queue.
Thank you. I have a follow-up, a point of information through you to staff, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
It relates to commentary and feedback council received.
Point of privilege, Swanson here. Sorry. I was on the list just under Councillor Kirby-Yung, and for some reason I ended up below at the bottom. I was hoping I could get put back up where I was.
Oh, Madam Clerk, I do not have a memory of the list of people. Like the main queue disappeared for me. Perhaps you could edify me in terms of whether there was any change in that order.
Chair Carr, I don't have a recollection of the order either, so I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Swanson. I think that you were added at the end because you did not have your motion in, I believe that, or that it wasn't available to us.
Yeah, but the end at that time was after Councillor Kirby-Yung. The motion is in now.
Got it. Okay. You know that yeah, we should have added you at the end. Whoops, the whole list has disappeared. Madam Clerk, perhaps.
I'm sorry for the hassle.
We're just back in the question queue, so I'll move us to the back to the main queue. You should see the names there.
I do see their names, and Councillor Swanson had you said that you added your name to the end of the queue. At that point, it was Councillor Kirby-Yung. Is that correct? Oh, I just can't remember myself.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. That's...
I believe that you would have had the more accurate memory on this compared to me at this point, and this matter the clerk. So, Madam Clerk, if you could add in Councillor Swanson after Councillor Kirby-Yung, I think that would be appropriate. Councillor Kirby-Yung, though, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Great. I have a follow-up. I have a point of information through the chair to staff, if I can, and it relates to the feedback that council received on this motion. And I'm just trying to get some color and a bit more of a sense. I know it was touched on earlier, but I want to clarify here. I'm speaking to the comment where it said this motion will require significant staff resources be diverted from existing work programs to complete. And so I'm wondering, because you spoke to housing programs, can you give us an idea of what type that might be? Because really, in the state of COVID, and I'm asking the clarification question, the context, so we have limited resources and we have to really zero in on trying to do the work and prioritize sort of what's going to make the most impact for our residents. So can you give us a sense of what type of housing initiatives might be diverted at this stage that would enable council's consideration on this motion?
Through the chair, yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, there's a significant amount of complexity here involved with this motion. There's multiple bylaws and so on. So yeah, it would certainly require staff effort. In terms of the other thing that our housing policy team work on, council's aware of the types of things that you've asked them to do around rental zoning. For instance, they're of course involved with other planning initiatives. So there's that team is extremely busy. Now again, I'm not able to speak at this point in time as to how this work would get phased into the other work that they're doing or how we would propose to prioritize that. I do note, and helpfully, that this motion doesn't specify a time frame for response, which I think is very helpful, because at this point in time, I'm not sure we could commit to that. So I'm not sure if how useful that answer is to Councillor Kirby-Young's question. But other than to say this is a lot of work, and we would have to figure out how to get staff reallocated to do it.
Okay, so on that note, follow-up clarification point through the chair to staff. Would it be fair to say that you staff wouldn't see prioritizing, say, pursuing federal or other or provincial funding and investment in social housing or delivery of projects or setting sites aside to try to bring projects to fruition or pursuing new permanent modular, temporary modular, that those would take priority over this work of actually getting housing built wherever we can or getting funding?
I mean, yeah, obviously our focus has been, continues to be on making policy that will facilitate housing construction and delivering projects. But ultimately it's council that determines what the priorities are. So I think, you know, if this motion were to pass, we would have to take that back and figure out what to do with it. And it may require some further discussion with council around how to prioritize that. So I don't want to kind of prejudge that or go too far into the detail at this point in time. But other than, again, to say that there's a significant effort that would be required here because it is a complex topic for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the clerk has my amendment now. So the problem, well, she's getting
Actually,
it up.
just a second. I'm going to just start moving us directly into an amendment queue so you can speak to your amendment in the amendment queue. So I'm going to the amendment queue and I'll do a request to speak there. Go ahead. You can speak to your amendment now, Councillor Swanson.
So what this amendment does is it just kind of puts a definition on affordable, which has been a real problem that affordable hasn't really had a definition and could mean anything. And just to give you an example of the problem that I think this is trying to deal with is, I remember a while back, like 5 years ago, when the Downtown Eastside local area plan came out and it said that there were going to be 4,000, I think, units of social housing in the Downtown Eastside over 30 years. And then a well-known developer got up and said, oh, we're creating a low-income ghetto with all this social housing. But the fact is, with the definition of social housing, which in the Downtown East Side is 1/3 at welfare rate, only 1/3 of those units were for low-income people. But everybody, including this developer, thinks social housing means low-income people. So the idea in my head of redefining social housing is to be clear so that when someone hears that phrase, social housing, they'll know what we mean. And I've been wrestling with how to say this. And I came up with this idea of people in core housing need. Core housing need is a CMHC definition. And I did send this actual CMHC definition from their website to you. But it means people who are paying more than 30% of their income on housing, and or people who are living in crummy housing that needs to be repaired, and or people that are living in housing that isn't big enough for their household. So the way I'm thinking about this is that this doesn't, if we have a definition like this, the important thing is that when we say social housing, the people in the city will know what we mean. And it does refer to how much housing that people in need, in core housing need, can afford. It doesn't say that we can't have social mix housing. It doesn't say that upper income renters won't be subsidizing lower income renters. I don't see how it really requires, if it's done this way, I don't see how it really requires a lot of syncing with other levels of government. It's just trying to be clear as to how much of the social housing that we're building is actually available to people, in this case, in core housing need. Yeah, so that's basically why I'm doing the amendment. And I don't think it's just asking staff to review the definition. It's not a big, huge deal. And to make a definition that actually states what percentage of the social housing that we're getting is for people in core housing need.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And to the amendment, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. I, at this point in time, am not sure if I can support this amendment. I think there's maybe I suggest an administrative comma between need and can. Need, can afford. Right now it says need, can afford. The people in core housing need, can afford is how I think it's supposed to read. And I agree with Councillor Swanson, but I also understand right now that nonprofits are really having to do some fancy juggling to make things work. And sometimes that means subsidizing those units that they have on the books. Sometimes that means subsidizing those in other creative ways, like for instance, having a section 219 covenant on them, but at the same time having different levels of affordability. And when a mortgage for is completely paid down, those units could be for core need. So my concern is that, really the devil is in the details when it comes to this. And I just wouldn't want to preclude that type of housing. I think that when we refer specifically and only to non-market affordable rental or co-op housing, that it's slightly different than people in core need housing can afford. So right now, I'm not quite sure how people in core need housing, how we're going to define this. This also precludes that we're going to define this as it's something that people in core need housing can afford. And I don't want to send our staff out there to do research and explore something that already has an outcome set on it. So I really do appreciate it. I know you have a lot of experience in this area as well, Councillor Swanson, but I mean, if we were asking them to explore what type of housing that people who are defined as core need housing can afford, that would be one thing. But to say that the social housing, and to Councillor Fry's definition of non-market affordable or co-op housing, to say that definition needs to fit inside it, core housing need, which is $375 a month, which is shelter rate housing. I'm not sure that that's something that we can do. And that being said, respectfully, if you'd like to amend your amendment, I'd love to be able to support it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in support, and I appreciate the time that Councillor Swanson spent to find the words that make it work. I think core housing is something that's relatable and the public can get behind. I think that when we have a project of 100 units and 30% are social housing, which means only 9 units of that 100 unit building is actually at Hills rates, which might not even be at core housing need. I think that it's difficult for us to understand as a public in Vancouver what that really means. I think to specify and really start to deliver the housing that people want and need, I think is critical, and that's our role. So I will be supportive of this, and I appreciate this being brought forward.
Great, thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Hardwick, you're up next. Go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, my one comment on this amendment is that core housing need itself is a subjective definition. I think what we're trying to do with this, believe what Councillor Fry is trying to do with this motion is really to get into the nitty-gritty of these definitions. And my only concern with this amendment is that we're continuing to use subjective definitions in trying to get to a definition. I wish that there was a way that we could, I'm just concerned about going down a rabbit hole with this in terms of subjectivity around definitions. I am 100% supportive of refining the definition on affordable, on social housing. It's badly needed. Overall, I think we need, as I've said before, we need to real think of our housing strategy in the city, and this is part of it. If you really feel that core housing need is the best way of defining it for the purpose of this amendment, I will support it. But I just want to point out the fact that we have to be careful of definitions within definitions, if you get my meaning. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, a few points here. First of all, Rental 100 isn't social housing because it's not owned by government or nonprofits, so we're not even dealing with that. Second, in response to Councillor DeGenova, nonprofits would continue to be able to do the juggling with this amendment. They would continue to be able to subsidize lower income units with higher income units and have different levels of affordability. All this does is say that when we talk about social housing, we're just talking about the housing that's for people in core housing need. Core housing need is not just shelter rate. You can be a working person and pay 50% of your income for housing, and you would be in core housing need, but still be able to pay a lot more than shelter rate. And I don't think that the definition is too subjective. It talks about people not being able to, not having to pay more than 30% of their income. That's pretty explicit. It says you have to have a certain number of bedrooms per family member. That's pretty explicit. It says the place that you're in has to be in good repair. That's pretty explicit. It could relate to our standards of maintenance bylaw. So I don't think that those are problems to this for this amendment. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry, go ahead. Councillor Fry, you may be muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. No. In fact, I think the mistake Councillor Swanson made with this was including the definition as a subtext for everybody's edification, but not actually including it in the language. So I'm going to propose an amendment to that amendment just to wrap this into the CMHC core housing need indicator, because in fact, that is not shelter rate housing at all. And the CMHC core housing need indicator really just sort of brings us back to those sort of ideas of safe, clean, secure, appropriate housing, and paying 30% of one's income. So it is not a shelter rate indicator at all. And so I'm just quickly going to add an amendment to this, if the chair will indulge me as I just put this together in the last minute.
Yeah, you're at 1 minute. You have 5 minutes in an amendment queue.
Okay, so yeah, so I just sent that to the clerk and all of you, and it just sort of reflects that we're specifically talking about the CMHC core housing need indicator, which is very well articulated and defined on all the CMHC documentation, which of course informs a lot of public policy, both provincially and federally, and of course locally, when we talk about housing. So I hope Councillor Swanson appreciates what I'm trying to do with this amendment. The amendment is just adding a little bit of clarity. And I appreciate Councillor Swanson's amendment to the motion in the first place. So thanks all around.
Great. We're just going to wait till it gets up on the screen. But if you're finished speaking, Councillor Fry, I'll stop your timer. You finished?
Yes, I'm finished.
So, I'm sorry, I'm unclear. As chair, were you deleting the other words that were submitted as the amendment by Councillor Swanson? I see
Yes, I
new
did.
language. Pardon me?
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay. Your timer stopped, Councillor Fry. We're just going to wait a moment while the clerk puts that up on screen for us. Okay, that's clear. Great, thank you. Are you finished then, Councillor Fry?
I am, yes. Apologies for not striking that. I got a little confused with the amendments on amendments.
That's okay. Seems more common than not tonight. Councillor Dominato, you're next.
Hi, Madam Chair. That's actually, I'm not on the amendment queue. I was on the main queue.
Oh, okay, good. Councillor DiGenova?
I am on the amendment queue. I have a question through you to staff, and although I'd really like to be able to support this, it's a point of information. And it pertains to the affordable home ownership program and most of the programs under the Housing Hub for BC Housing and the as well as our own MERP programs, moderate income rental pilot programs. And I'm wondering, I mean, if you're not market housing and you're not and social housing, so what this I take this to say is that the new definition of social housing and the non-market housing technically is only for people that are defined by CMHC core housing need indicator can afford, which we know to be $375 to $425 a month, depending if you have the extra top up from PWD, if you have accessibility issues or a person with disability. On top of the care hours you may receive from CLBC or Vancouver Coastal Health. So I would just like to know if this would in any way harm some of the programs that we currently have in flux at the City of Vancouver, and if it would in fact harm the, with a domino effect, the other housing projects, like for instance, funding partnerships with BC Housing and CMHC. Thanks
Okay,
very much,
that is a question?
Yep.
That's
Sorry,
great.
it's a
Okay.
long question.
No,
Yes.
no, that's okay. And I'm going to ask for an answer to that. But before I do that, I am actually going to also move us to the amendment queue too. So Councillor Swanson, you can put yourself on that list. That's great. And Mr. Mokri, if you're available to answer that question.
Thanks. Through you, Chair, I'll do my best. I think I'm not sure that there's consensus necessarily on the definition of core housing need. Councillor DiGenova just referenced specific income levels. And again, I'm not a housing expert, so you got to take all of what I'm saying on this point with a caveat, but I'm not sure the income band that she just referred to there is consistent with that definition, CMHC definition of core housing need. The reference to the MERP program, again, that's not social housing. Those are not publicly owned units. Those are still privately owned units, just with an income cap on them. So again, I think, to my mind, the debate here is just illustrating the complexity of this issue. Certainly, if I think there's two fundamental points here. One is nomenclature and describing how units are the affordability of specific units within a project, and the other is how we apply our zoning and development bylaw and our DCL bylaws. That's a totally separate issue. If we're talking about applying those bylaws to projects in a different way, yes, that would absolutely have significant impact on projects. If it's simply a matter of changing the titling of things, then it's maybe of less significance.
Mr. Mokri, I really appreciate that. Another point of order, if I may, Chair Carr, and it's just to clarify that right now it says, as I read it, it's people of all core housing need. So those core housing needs, you're right, they change and they're calculated differently. But to someone who's on income assistance, their core housing need would be at those rates. So would we then expect, the way I read this is that all non-market or co-op housing, including the non-market housing, and I used MERP and others as a piece of an example because sometimes we will see a nonprofit subsidize their supportive housing units by allowing them through that housing agreement to, in fact, rent some of those housing units at market rates. And I'm just talking about the nonprofit organization. Does every single unit now need to be considered under that definition? Do they have to have rents that meet the core need? And that was my concern. So I'm sorry, Mr. Mokri, if I'm making it complicated. I'm just really trying to assess the facts here. So is that a concern of yours, that for some people, core housing need, their indicator would be at shelter rates? depending on their income or if they received assistance.
I understand. My understanding of the definition I would agree with that if it's based on their income. So if that's their income is at that level, shelter rate, then it would be the income rates, or sorry, the rent range that you spoke of.
Thanks. That was my concern. Thanks very much. I appreciate what Councillor Fry is trying to do here, but I just don't know that I can support the definition right now, as Mr. Mokri had said. These were some of the reasons I think staff could come back with this. So happy to support the other parts of Councillor Fry's motion that I mentioned, and I'll decide what to do with this depending on what happens with the amendment, but I won't be able to support the amendment because I am concerned about the ramifications and that it already supposes that this is what it should do. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, just to respond, core housing need is not just shelter rate, although it includes shelter rate. Simply saying that social housing is housing for core need doesn't say that we can't have cross-subsidization. It's just being transparent about who can afford the social housing that we have. And yeah, MERP isn't nonprofit, so it doesn't apply here.
Okay. Great. So I don't see anybody else on the queue. So Council, I'm going to ask the clerk to please take us to a vote on this amendment to the amendment. And that is what you see is struck out, the red line, striking things out, and also the highlighted in yellow text. That's what you're voting on. Okay, that vote passes for a vote of 7-2. I'm sorry, I did not see. Oh, those in opposition are Councillors DeGenova and Swanson.
Chair Carr, we don't have to vote for Councillor Kirby-Yung yet.
Ah, so sorry. Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you need a vote
Point
assist?
of privilege?
Yes.
Swanson, sorry. I thought I voted in favor.
Councillor Swanson, you can still change your vote. We haven't completed the vote yet.
Okay.
So, can you do that on screen?
Sure.
Chair Carr, the votes are in.
Yep, that vote is in, and it passes with 1 in opposition. Councillor DeGenova in opposition. Great. So we are back to our now amendment Q1. Councillor DeGenova, did you have any? You seem to be on the queue for that. Was that a holdover?
No, it's a holdover, but I won't be able to support it because of my concerns, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson, you may be on mute.
What are we voting?
Okay. We're voting on your screen. You'll see it as highlighted in yellow. So it was we just passed an amendment that is now incorporated into, that's amendment Q2. We just passed that. We are in the main amendment, and what we are voting on now is the amendment that reads that people as defined by CMHC core housing need indicator can afford. So
okay, that's good by me. I don't have to talk.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just wanted to add my voice of support for Councillor Swanson's amendment. I think that we always have to have our eyes set on individuals who may be vulnerable. And I think that looking at the core housing need definition, I realize we're kind of getting mired in definitions, and the whole motion is about the social housing definition, but it really is looking at a household being considered core housing need is what that housing isn't acceptable, and that can be adequacy, suitability, affordability standards, or that looking for alternative housing would be more than 30% of before tax income. And so I think that it's a very pragmatic and amendment to have that incorporated and considered as staff undertake looking at the broader definition of social housing. So I'd like to thank Councillor Swanson for bringing that forward.
Great. And Councillor, thank you, Councillor Domino. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're next. You may be muted. We can't hear you.
Sorry, my apologies. It's a long day.
It is.
And lots of screens. I really appreciate Councillor Swanson zeroing in on, I think, the really material question, which is why are we doing this and who are we trying to help? And because there's no point in doing an exercise unless it's actually intended, I think, for a positive outcome. And I love the way that she's just zeroed in on really who has the biggest need and how are we trying to actually support those individuals. So I appreciate adding some clarity to that so that I understand why we're doing the exercise and if it matters and it's going to actually make a difference. So I am happy to support the amendment.
Great, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I see no other speakers on the list. So Madam Clerk, if you could take us to a vote on this amended amendment. Thank you. Councillor DiGenova, you haven't yet voted. And the voting is still up. Councillor Swan, okay, I've got 2 in opposition. The vote passes, but the Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Swanson in opposition.
Point of privilege. I don't know why that happened. I should have voted for that.
Well,
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I'm happy to support a vote of reconsideration, but I understand that that is what needs to happen, Chair Carr. So I understand changing votes one time and someone else hadn't voted and we'd seen each other's votes, but my point of parliamentary procedure is, can someone change their vote after they've voted, or does it need to be a vote of motion of reconsideration? Because if so, I'm happy to move one and vote in favor to allow Councillor Swanson to revote.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. So it is a vote to reconsider. And sorry, just a sec. Just clarifying. And yeah, so it's a vote to reconsider. Madam Clerk, needs just a majority. So if we have a motion on the floor, Councillor DiGenova, which I think you offered, it's just a majority vote to reconsider. Is that a motion on the floor to reconsider this vote?
Sure.
Great, thank you. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Fine, we are going to reconsider that vote. So council will take us, I'll have the clerk take us to that vote again. Councillor Swanson, please look very carefully at the button you push. Councillor Weeb, Councillor Fry, you haven't voted. Councillor Fry. Okay, that passes with yes, with 9 in favor and 1 in opposition. Councillor DiGenova in opposition. Great. I will move us back now to the main queue. So we are now looking at the motion as amended. Councillor Swanson, you had the floor in this main queue when you moved to your amendment. So do you have anything more to add around this discussion? Councillor Swanson, you may be muted.
Just to thank Councillor Fry for bringing it. I think it'll be good if we get another definition. There's another issue that we have to deal with that I just wanted to raise here. And that is that moderate income renters are supposed to be subsidizing lower income renters in our social housing system. And in my head, the perfect example of this is a guy who worked in my campaign who lives in a social mixed building. He makes about 25 bucks an hour and pays $1,200 a month for rent, and he's subsidizing the folks on social assistance in the same building. So I'm glad they all have a decent place to live, but I'd prefer it if we could get the subsidizing money from a mansion tax or a wealth tax or a capital gains tax, and not tax basically someone who's earning $20 to $25 an hour. So we do need a major system change here, but for now I'm going to settle for a better definition. Thanks, Councillor Fry, for bringing this up.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and you're welcome, Councillor Swanson. This has been something that's been on my mind for quite some time as well, since Councillor Swanson and I both sat as citizen volunteers on the Downtown Eastside Local Area Plan, and that'd be about four years ago. No, wait, 6 years ago that this definition first sort of surfaced, and it was without full public hearing. So I think it's important to revisit where we're how we're defining social housing and what that means for folks in the city. And Councillor Kirby-Young had earlier expressed some concerns around the veracity of one of the claims. I just want to reiterate that there are footnotes throughout this motion, and in fact, in point 1, where she was concerned about how the City of Vancouver defines social housing, that is actually linked in footnote number 1 to the Vancouver Housing Vancouver strategy. And that on page 77, you can find the City of Vancouver's definition of social housing, which I've paraphrased in the whereas clause. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that, because I do hope we can get on to hear some of the speakers for the last piece before 10 o'clock. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick.
Great, and thank you, Councillor Fry. Needed to be done, and I'm glad that we're talking about it now. Our definitions and the way that we are dealing broadly with housing in the city, it requires substantial reconsideration, and this is an important piece of that. But continuing to build and continuing to move forward with plans that without reconsidering our definitions going forward is, to me, how can we move ahead without thinking about what we're doing? It just boggles the mind. So I think it's important, just as we needed to look at the Vancouver housing strategy and our categorization there, so too do we need to look at our definitions around social housing. So I applaud this motion. I support it wholeheartedly. And I actually have confidence that staff are already considering a lot of the things that are covered in the body of this motion, and we'll see them in due time with the Vancouver plan, I'm assured. But a broad rethinking of housing in the city is underway, and this will be an important part of it. So again, thank you. The right thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm also happy to support this. It has long irked me that that these numbers don't make sense to most folks, and I certainly wrestled with it when I was not elected, but following these issues closely as a resident. And I just want to flag two things that come up for me. And one is I'm very interested in seeing us build more non-market housing, community housing, and co-op housing and public housing in general. And so just, I guess, cautious of how narrow we make these definitions, because I think there's a real need for that mixed income non-market housing, and I want to make sure it's recognized as valuable in some way. But the larger point I want to echo, in line with what Councillor Swanson said, is, well, I absolutely agree that clarifying these definitions is important, particularly in rebuilding public trust about these important housing issues. The most important piece of this work for me is that we figure out how we build it, and redoing the numbers and the definitions is good, but figuring out how we build this housing is absolutely the critical work ahead, and that's where I hope we continue to focus. So, hearing that this will take some amount of staff work, I guess, made me a little nervous. So I appreciate there's no date and it can be woven in. Again, I really want to make sure that we keep focusing on how we build this non-market housing for people who need it most, and that we build it in all parts of the city. And happy to support this effort as we keep moving in that direction.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Fry for bringing forward this motion. I do think it's very timely for a variety of reasons. Obviously, as a council, we're having a conversation around we're in the middle of a pandemic and having to really challenge many of our assumptions about what the world looks like and what it will look like. And so we're having a conversation about housing, our housing framework, and refreshing our housing strategy. But I do think that looking at definitions and ensuring we have alignment as we do work with other partners and other levels of government, I think is critical. I also, I often in conversation tend to talk more about supportive housing, and because it comes from a place of tonight we've talked a lot about social housing in the context of income, whereas I often look about housing in the context of vulnerable populations, and it extends beyond income and the ability to afford, but the types of support. So we have a range of housing that would probably fall into definition of social housing or supportive housing that includes ranges of independence. We've got individuals who may need more supports, and so the housing comes with a suite of wraparound supports, and then there's more independent living. And then we have individuals who may be struggling with addiction, and there's types of housing that support that. People with brain injuries that require different level of care and housing as well. And so for me, hopefully that will be part of the conversation, and the users that we support and in terms of housing. And I think at the end of the day, fundamentally what we have to grapple with as a council is how do we expedite housing, particularly housing where we're leveraging, we've got city-owned land and we have nonprofit partners and we have BC Housing at the table, and how do we ensure that moves faster and doesn't get stuck in red tape and bureaucracy and sits for 7 to 10 years. And so I think that perhaps this definition and alignment can help with that work as well, but I think that's some of the bigger rocks that we need to move as well. So thank you to Councillor Fry for bringing it forward, as well as to Councillor Swanson for your thoughtful amendments.
Great, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Weeb.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure. I just wanted to note that B and C are the same. I just wanted to ask you, I apologize to interrupt, but B and C on the screen are exactly the same. Chair Carr, so is that how they are intended to be?
I'm just gonna, it looks like there's a correction being made on the screen. Thank you for that. I'm sure we'll have the corrected version up on the screen before we vote. Thank you for that. Councillor Weeb, go ahead to close.
I think that this is timely, and I think this is something that hasn't just come up now. I think we've seen I think Chair Carr over the last 3 terms really advocating and pushing for this and trying to change the definition. And I think we've heard from the public over the last decade wanting to really have clarity on what is affordable, what is social housing, because we're delivering projects where we have such few new units that are actually being delivered in the housing that we need. And I think we need to keep it real and make sure that we kind of advocate for the right type of housing moving forward and clarify exactly what that is. I think the people of Vancouver all want to see that change, and I think that's something that we need to do. And I really appreciate this being the council that's kind of moving forward and stepping up and ensuring that we're delivering the housing that we need. And so I will be supportive.
Great. Council, that ends the speakers on this subject, so we can go to a vote. I just want to make sure it's everybody's clear. It's up on your screen.
I just wanted to sever, Chair Carr, just a point of privilege.
Yes. Which parts would you like to sever, Councillor?
I would like to sever C, Chair Carr.
So we can vote on A, B, and D together?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Madam Clerk, if you could take us to a vote that is severed in that. And what would you like us to vote first?
Oh, my apologies, Chair Carr, because things were changed around again on the screens before I had written that down. It's actually B that I need to
Sever out
B. Yes, and C.
I'm sorry, B. A separate vote on B, a
B
separate
and
vote
separate vote
on
on C, and I can vote the rest of it together.
A and D. All right. Madam Clerk, if you could just advise us to what we'll vote on first. It looks, Council, like we're voting on A and D first. Everybody clear about that? The highlighted in yellow, A and D. Councillor Swanson, you haven't yet voted? Councillor Swanson.
Sorry, I just lost my voting.
Would you like a vote assist? We're voting on A
Yeah,
and
I'm
D.
in favor.
Okay. Okay, that is unanimous. And Madam Clerk, the next vote. Okay, Council, we are voting now on section B, which is highlighted on your screens.
Councillor Swanson, would you like a vote assist?
Can I have the vote assist again? Jane here.
And how would you like to vote?
In favor.
Great. That does pass with one in opposition, Councillor DiGenova in opposition. And now, Council, we will be voting on C, which is highlighted on your screen.
Can I have a vote assist again in favor? Swanson.
Great. And Councillor Kirby-Young, you have not yet voted?
Sorry, I'm not clear on what we voted on. So we're doing B and C separately. Is that correct?
We are now on C, just
Okay.
C. It's up on our screens.
Thank you.
Okay, and that passes with one in opposition. Councillor DiGenova is in opposition. So that's great. Council, we have finished that second to last item on our agenda. And we are now moving to item 9. And item 9 is short-term landlords, long-term protection for renters and hotels, moved by Councillor Fry, seconded by myself. We have 5 registered speakers to this this motion, and just looking for my list. Sorry. And so, Madam Clerk, if we can move to those speakers. The first on our list is Nathan Rotman.
Good evening, councillors. Can I begin?
Yes, this is good. If you could speak more clearly and loudly, maybe right directly into whatever speaking or whatever phone device you have there, that would be good. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you, councillor. Good evening. First, I would like to thank you for your collective leadership during this time of crisis. At Airbnb, we look forward to our continued partnership with the city, with Tourism Vancouver, and the Chamber of Commerce to rebuild the strong and robust travel industry. We're obviously quite concerned about Councillor Fry's motion, in large part due to the inclusion of factually inaccurate data, a lack of evidence to back up some of the claims made.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
I'm sorry not to have interrupted earlier, but I need to declare a conflict of interest on this item.
Okay. And yes,
So I'd like to recuse myself from this item.
Okay, there's a member of your family or something that, just usually one.
Yeah, I've had an Airbnb license. I have a registered, a city account, and I just don't think it's appropriate for me to be part of this.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you for letting us know, Councillor.
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought I better do it sooner than later. Thank you.
No, you should recuse yourself from the whole of this discussion. Great. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Rotman, go ahead.
Okay, we're obviously quite concerned about the motion, in large part due to the inclusion of factually inaccurate data, a lack of evidence to back up the claims made, and its attempt to seek to break our longstanding positive and collaborative partnership with the city. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have actively discouraged leisure travel and have partnered with healthcare providers in Vancouver to help house frontline responders throughout the city in safe, clean locations. Working with Hope Air, SCIU, and others, we have helped to find accommodation for our frontline heroes during this crisis. Furthermore, as active participants in Tourism Vancouver's Recovery Task Force, we share the city's interest in a safe recovery that rebuilds the economy and tourism industry. We are equally committed to a recovery that leaves no one behind, including service workers, home cleaners, and short-term rental hosts. As you know, all short-term rental hosts in the city require a license, and significant restrictions already exist on who may participate in home sharing. This robust process has ensured adherence to Vancouver's bylaw. The councillor seems to forget that there is a principal residence restriction in Vancouver, making moot many of the points articulated in the lengthy preamble. Concerning the content of the motion, the city only recently completed its one-year review of the bylaw and made changes this past fall. Requesting an additional review only months later is a waste of limited city resources and negates the importance of the process that was completed with significant consultation and done at a time when hosts could be heard in person at City Hall. The councillor calls for increased taxes on short-term rental accommodations. Still, here again, fails to recognize that in Vancouver, hosting is restricted to an occasional activity due to the principal residence restriction. At a time when thousands of people are working from home, this kind of move raises important questions about whether the councillor also suggests requiring all Vancouver residents to require Class 6 licenses during the pandemic. Requiring an individual working from home or sharing additional space in their principal residence to pay commercial taxes is unfair and would harm all Vancouver residents. With regard to the sharing of personal information with condo and strata boards, we believe this is a private matter between a host and their board. Not only is this an area of provincial responsibility, but we ask our hosts to ensure that they are following the rules of their board in any multi-unit residences. We do, however, agree with the councillor that cleaning is going to be even more important after the pandemic, and thus would like to share with you our recently announced enhanced cleaning initiative. We worked with leading epidemiologist Dr. Larry Brilliant and a former U.S. Surgeon General to develop new industry-leading cleaning and sanitation standards and resources for our hosts. As part of this new standard, Airbnb hosts will be able to opt in to a new feature called a booking buffer to create a 72-hour vacancy period between stays. The enhanced cleaning initiative builds off of Airbnb's strong historic track record of cleanliness. To date, 94% of all Airbnb reviews show that guests are satisfied with cleaning, scoring it 4 or 5 stars after their stays. This initiative will also include specific information on COVID-19 prevention, like a waiting period before entering, use of personal protective equipment like masks and gloves, as well as disinfectant and sanitizers that are approved by regulatory authorities. Finally, I must take note that in the same motion where the councillor aims to restrict the ability of regular Vancouver residents to make ends meet, he is equally calling for support for the hotel industry. It is rather evident that this motion is not about the safety or post-pandemic economic recovery of the city, but is about disadvantaging one type of tourist accommodation to the benefit of another. Our host community has struggled with the downturn in tourism and stands ready to support rebuilding Vancouver's tourism industry and local economy when appropriate. We urge councillors to defeat this motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. You do have questions, so if you just want to, just stay on the line. And Councillor DiGenova, first, over to you for questions.
Thanks very much. I just had a question regarding what information is factually incorrect that the speaker had noted.
Our biggest concern was the quoting of European data in the preamble, a Guardian article arguing that there was less listings around the world, I guess, than there are today, than there was prior to the pandemic, which is actually not true. We actually have more listings today than we did January 1st of this year, and so that was the primary concern here.
Thanks so much. And could you send that information to council in an email to all councillors?
Certainly, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just also another question about you had noticed primary residence was an issue that was being. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Your issue specifically with primary residence right now is in terms of this motion is.
Well, I think that a motion that seeks to further limit the ability of someone to home share in their primary residence. As you know, the Vancouver bylaw is explicit that you can only get a license if you are home sharing in your primary residence, so a place that you live most of the time or some of the time. And therefore, it seems unfair that seeking either a Class 6 business license for something that is a primarily residential activity would be inappropriate for that purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. And then also, would you characterize this as, like, for instance, some people use their homes to work? This is what I was hearing, but I want to check and see if it's factually correct. So, people have different types of jobs, and for instance, artists may use their homes, which may be classified as residential, for their work. Do you feel that this would be the same type of thing as we wouldn't expect an artist to go and get a commercial license for the space that they work out of, that there already is a type of license, so adding commercial to it would exclude a specific group that was trying to maybe supplement their income?
That's correct, Councillor. I work from home as well. I'm working from home currently, but I work from home normally, and I don't require a Class 6 business license to do so.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you for those questions, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just follow up on your comments around the motion, and particularly around, are you aware of through Airbnb of individuals' licenses not being in compliance? Because the sort of how I read part of the motion is that, and maybe I'm misreading it, that it suggested that we have people who are in breach of our license framework, and I'm just wondering if that's, you have any knowledge on that or can speak to that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. I
think
what the motion is
directly,
suggesting
excuse me, just 1 second. If you could just speak more directly, Mr. Rotman, into your phone, that would be great.
Okay, I hope this is better. Sorry, thanks for the question, Councillor. That isn't really a question I can answer. We have an MOU with the City of Vancouver where we share data with city officials. So I think city officials might be best to answer that question, where we share the information about licenses on the platform, and then city officials know which ones are accurate or not, and then take their own actions, I believe is the process that is followed.
Okay, thank you. And I can direct that maybe as a point of information through the chair to our staff then. Can I do that at this time, Madam Chair?
Yes. Go ahead, you've got time.
So could I direct that question of compliance? Because I'm the way
Actually, no.
Or can I do that after?
You have to wait until we get to the finishing of speakers, and then we have debate, and you can ask questions at that point to staff.
Okay.
Through me.
And okay, so my next question then to Mr. Rotman, just to follow up on the resolution around the shift in taxation, can you speak to other jurisdictions? Do they have a similar approach in terms of a Class 6 business versus Class 1 residential? Is that model used in other jurisdictions when it comes to Airbnb or short-term rentals?
In Canada, they are all, to the best of my knowledge, in every jurisdiction that I've engaged in, they have been residential property taxes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. That's it for me.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for speaking tonight. I know it's late. I'm wondering if you would agree that what seems to be the issue, maybe the issue that people are concerned about, which may not be addressed as directly in the motion, is that it's a question of enforcement around ensuring that the bylaw is followed and that criteria and principal residence is supported. Would you agree with that perspective?
If that's the case, I think that's an interesting question to again direct to city staff. I mean, we have a memorandum of understanding where we do have some data sharing with the city, and so we would happily continue to work closely with city officials to ensure that the hosts are following the bylaw appropriately.
And are you seeing, sort of following up on that, are you seeing any opportunities to shore up, in terms of sort of the joint, I know there's been a lot of work and a lot of engagement back and forth between Airbnb and staff, but to shore up on the enforcement side to prevent these instances that keep getting covered as it relates to multiple units being listed?
I think the question on multiple units, thank you for the question. I think the question on multiple units is also a little bit confusing for people who are just looking at the platform without understanding the platform clearly, because there are property management companies who, in many cases, will manage multiple units for individual hosts. There are companies that are born right in Vancouver who do that kind of work. So, I mean, I believe that in the November review that there is actually a new process for even regulating those property managers as well, if memory serves me correctly. And so that was discussed, I think, back in November. But again, we'd be happy to continue to advance our relationship with city officials to ensure compliance and to maximize compliance with that bylaw.
Okay, and I mean, in your experience in working, I guess in Vancouver and other municipalities, you said that was in November. And I think the pandemic started hitting in March, and that component of the new bylaw is intended to regulate any violators or multiple units. Do you think that that's actually had time to be effectively enforced between November and March before we got into pandemic?
To the best of my knowledge, yeah, I believe so. To the best of my knowledge, I mean, the city has fairly robust reporting even on that, right on the city website. I was looking this morning, so I'm not at the website right now, with regard to their enforcement mechanisms as well.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense
of are
there any of these
two-way
slipping through, and how do we combat that?
I think through a continued active two-way discussion between the city and ourselves. Certainly they've reached out when there has been instances of someone registering, a boat, which would not be acceptable in the harbor as an Airbnb, and so we've taken things like that down. So we have an active conversation with city officials regularly about listings that are ineligible to be on the platform, and those can be dealt with then.
Okay, and from your perspective, you are taking them off?
Absolutely. We work very closely with your city officials on that.
Okay, that's
Great.
it for me.
Thank
Questions.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hi, Mr. Rotman. You mentioned earlier that you're seeing an increase this year. How many listings are you now seeing here in Vancouver?
I believe it's 5,000 and change. Sorry, I don't have the number right at my fingertips here. The increase, I meant that increase since January is worldwide. I can't speak directly to Vancouver trends.
Oh, okay, sure. I misunderstood that. Okay, but even still, with 5,000 plus, how do you square that with the number of licenses that we've issued here in the city of Vancouver in 2020, which is less than 3,000?
I'm not sure if those are renewals. I believe that I will have to double check that with city officials there.
Yeah, so we have on our city open data website, and actually, in fact, on the short-term rental page, we indicate how many short-term rentals licenses we've given out for 2020, and it was under 3,000 last I checked. I'd have to pull it up right now to see if there's a live tally change, but a significant drop from last year, I might add as well, presumably because I think a lot of people are anticipating they would get their license in time for the tourist season. And that might not happen now, so it's understandable that it would be a drop, but there is a drop. And so how would you explain that discrepancy, though, between the number of listings you have and the number of licenses?
Yeah, I will have to get back and double check on that number. Certainly hosts can renew their licenses at any point, I guess, in the year that they would like to, or can apply for a license when they want to, and whether or not they're actually actively listing at one point or another. If they're not actively listing, then they don't need a license.
So they can list without a license, basically, or with last year's license, in theory.
No, they shouldn't be able to. I'll have to double check that, and I'll circle back with your city officials on that. I mean, if they are not actively listing, I don't believe that they require a license. So they might have a listing that is not active or might not be accepting reservations, but I'll have to double check that against our data that we share with the city.
Right. Okay. So how does Airbnb support Stratas? I mean, that's been a big piece, and I have a lot of documentation here from Strata folks who are saying, they have complaints about Airbnb's operating illegally in their buildings despite the Strata bylaws, and they have to do their own sleuthing through your website to try and figure out who they are and where they are. And do you have any supports at all for those kind of situations?
I mean, I think, as I said earlier, it's a private matter between a host and their Strata corporation. And so if a Strata passes a bylaw that says that you're not allowed to do that, like we inform our hosts, it's part of our terms really, like when they are registering for on the platform, they're informed that they need to be able to ensure that they are following the local bylaws as well as any additional regulations in multi-unit residences.
Right.
And so
but if it turns out that they're being
fraudulent
in that declaration, do you not have a mechanism to sort of shut them down if they're being fraudulent?
It wouldn't be our mechanism. That would be the Strata Corporation's mechanism.
Interesting. So there's no sort of accountability.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Fry, for your time. Remember, there's 3 minutes to question speakers. Okay. That's great. Okay, thanks so much, and thank you so much, Mr. White, for coming to speak to us tonight. Council, I'm just going to ask, we're still not seeing some councillors, or the clerk is not seeing some councillors because your video's not on, so we're just checking for Councillors Bly and DeGenova to ensure that you are on this call.
I am here, Chair Carr, it's Councillor DeGenova. However, I will be in transit. I can listen, but I won't be able to probably stay past 10 p.m. So just letting you know. But I will be here.
But you are participating. Okay.
I am participating.
Yes, and Councillor Bly?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just checking, because we were down to bare quorum by a visual check by the clerk. So yeah, thanks. Remember, if you don't need to have yourself taken off your video, please do run your video for the clerk's checks on this. Okay, we have a few more speakers, and I'm just checking, clerk. Do we have the full roster of speakers on the line? As far as we know, we have 2, 3, 5 more. Oh, we have 5.
Yes, we do.
4 more speakers.
That's correct.
We do. Okay, Council. We may want to consider a motion. We don't have to do it right this moment, but I'd sure like a motion before we get to 9:40 or 9:45 to complete hearing from speakers and referring debate and decision on this matter to another council meeting. And I can provide the language for that, but I would like you to consider that, especially given at least one person has indicated that they aren't able to stay past 10.
I'm happy to do that right now, Chair Carr, if that's helpful. And I would assume that we would move debate and decision to the Tuesday, June 9th council meeting as unfinished business,
I
unless you're
believe
telling me otherwise.
Yes, actually, if we would be looking to complete the hearing from speakers referring debate and decision on this item to the council meeting following the standing committee meeting on June 10th.
Okay, happy to do that. So I'm not sure if you need me to say that, but if you do, that we would hear from speakers this evening, but refer debate and decision to the June 9th council meeting, or sorry, the June 10th committee or council meeting following the standing committee.
That is correct. And that is, yes, is there any debate on that motion?
Just a point of privilege for me, Chair Carr, to note that I will not be able to probably stay past 10, but I'll do my very best.
Yes, thank you. It's your statement about that prompted me to get this in earlier, Councillor DiGenova. Any debate on that motion by Councillor DiGenova? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you. Great. So we're moving on to the next speakers, and we do have someone who I believe is in person, Ulrike Rodriguez.
Yeah, hi, I'm in person. Hello.
That's wonderful. I wish we could be there too, but we're still in social isolation or distancing anyway. Go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez.
Great, thank you. I'm going to try to speak without notes for once. Usually I use notes, and so either I'll be very eloquent or I'll fail utterly. I support this motion, and it's got a few moving parts to it, but at its heart, I can tell that it's continuing the city's aims to regulate short-term rentals. Now, as you recall, I submitted a report about a year ago, which was called Unintended Opportunities, and it listed 47 gaps and loopholes that 10 of us citizens identified in the place of short-term rentals in Vancouver, especially Airbnb being one of the biggest players. So the current motion before you, it's got 6 parts, and when I review it, I can see that 4 of the parts are asking staff to review and report, and 4 of the parts are actions that you want staff to take. So my impression is that this motion is basically to direct staff to get more information. And I don't think one can argue with that, especially since we have such new developments with COVID-19. A couple of the new developments we actually discussed in the Unintended Opportunities report, and those tie in with how increasingly short-term rental hosts, and I'll name Airbnb again being the biggest player, are they have been listing their properties on websites that appeal to local renters, such as Craigslist. And I just checked Craigslist today, and there's more than 3,000 listings for furnished apartments, and many of those listings show wide-angle lens photographs and descriptions that are similar to what you'd see on Airbnb. So a part of this motion discusses separating short-term rentals from long-term rentals. And I support the seeking of more clarity on this. I think it's really important. If we take a step back on the whole issue, we had a housing crisis before the coronavirus crisis, and entire homes were unaffordable and unavailable to local people as a result. With the coronavirus and with the shortage of tourism, a lot of those homes are now available to local people. So I implore council to use this historical time when we have recaptured our housing to hold on to it, to figure out ways to hold on to it. Your priority, I believe, is to protect housing for our citizens. Tourism is secondary to that. We have thousands of homes that are empty and furnished and available, and we have thousands of people who are seeking affordable homes. So I believe this motion can help push that forward a little bit. So prioritize the homes for residents, and Airbnb is struggling right now. They've lost valuation.
Ms. Rodriguez, could I ask you to just step back from the mic just a little, because you're a bit too close to the mic. If you
Okay,
could do that.
sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Again, somebody from Toronto phoned in representing an American website company, and he's got a lot of vested interests in maintaining our homes as his inventory, as their inventory. But we all here in this city, we need to protect our housing first. That's a priority. And protect the hotel industry, which are also citizens here. And then let's make sure we add some COVID safety on top of that. So that's it for me.
Great.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. I really appreciate not only you being here, but I do remember your previous reports and the detailing them. And so thank you for all that work. And you do have questions. First from Councillor Dominato. Go ahead.
Hi there, and thanks for coming in. We wish we could be there with you. I just wanted to follow up on I appreciate where you're coming from, and I think we all have a desire to ensure there's appropriate housing. And I think that's why you see the regulatory framework we do have. But I met with a young man a year and a half ago, and he was very concerned. He's working at a credit union here in the city and working full time, but owns his apartment and was renting out the bedroom and then sleeping on the couch to sort of make ends meet. And I'm concerned about sort of affordability for individuals who are they have a short-term rental license for the purpose of sort of making ends meet. And that was sort of his circumstance. And I think he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do that. And then there's, within this motion, you see sort of suggestion of not residential tax, but business tax. And I'm just wondering if you could comment on that in the context of trying to ensure we have housing for people, but it's also affordable for people.
Sure. Making ends meet, as well as rubbing pennies together, is a phrase that Airbnb uses a lot. It's a part of their mythology. And even the speaker before me wasn't able to acknowledge the many fraudulent operators in Vancouver and around the world who are doing more than making ends meet. They're cutting a profit. I've been in the foyer here and heard Airbnb hosts talk among themselves about how much money they're making and how they wouldn't go back. So to your question, there are a lot of people who have listings that are not their principal residence, and this is in the report. They have 1, 2, 5, 20. I just checked today. There's a host called Ishtar who's got 17 listings. Some of these hosts have got multiple license numbers. Some of those license numbers are from previous years. They're not from this year. These people are running a business. They're running a bed and breakfast business. They're running a hotel business out of empty apartments and laneway houses and such. And they're the ones that we, once again, really need to concentrate on. So we need the enforcement. We need to identify those parties, and we need, if they want a license, if they want a business license, then let them pay business costs and prices, such as taxes.
Okay. Fair enough. I would just say I have a few seconds left. I guess my question would be, is this is really more about enforcement? And I had 15 seconds left there, Madam Chair, but it's more about enforcement is actually what you're saying.
Yeah, but every time the counselors asked the previous speaker about enforcement, he kept referring to the MOU. I also pointed out in the report that the MOU is weak and we need platform accountability. It's very easy for them to find those listings that don't have a license or have a false license. It's easy for them to find all of the multiple listings under one host. So that will hopefully be a part of the new enforcement.
Great, thank you so
Thank you.
much. Yeah. And great, and I'll Councillor Fry's next, and I'm just reminding councillors that your 3 minutes for questioning should include the time to have the speaker respond to your question. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Ms. Rodriguez, for waiting as long as you have. I'm curious if you think that there's, I mean, clearly there's folks who are making some pretty decent money operating short-term rentals. Obviously not right now during the COVID-19, but do you think that those operators could afford to pay a bit more in a license fee and in fact a commercial tax if the province choose to do a split classification as they do for artist live work spaces now? Do you think that those practitioners could afford to pay a little bit more into the system, as it were?
Well, anecdotally, absolutely, especially the ones who are making a lot of money. Again, on Twitter today, we have Mortimer, who's pointing out hosts who have two listings now. They have their Airbnb listing, and then at almost half the price is their Craigslist listing. So that just shows you how much markup they're putting onto their properties, onto their businesses.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna run to the next question now.
Okay.
Just because I have limited time. So Mr. Rotman earlier indicated that there was really no recourse if an Airbnb host had sort of fraudulently declared they had permission of the strata. Do you know if there's anything in the MOU? I haven't actually reviewed the MOU that we've signed because it's not publicly disclosed. Do you know if there's anything in the MOU that indicates that there would be some obligation for Airbnb to respond to fraudulent hosts?
Two parts to my answer. One is probably, I know Rohanna's signed up to speak, and he can probably speak to the MOU better than I can. And second is, as the speaker before me said, they have to have authorization of their strata in order to list on Airbnb. So I believe it's up to the city to demand that authorization documentation when the person applies.
Fair enough then. Okay, last piece, and I recall that you had a number of Airbnbs operating in your buildings. Is that still the case?
Yeah, and that also is following the trend where this host is now saying that they're listed for a longer term, and it's...
So I want to just quickly ask you about cleaning protocols, though, in the common spaces in your multi-unit building, elevators, lobbies, that kind of thing. Are these Airbnb hosts taking care of the rest of the full-time residents there as far as cleaning the public space?
As a strata, I believe that, and as a resident, there's absolutely no visibility on that. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think
that's
so.
an important piece in this COVID context, I feel. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fry. And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi there. Thanks for speaking tonight, especially so late. You had mentioned in terms of the gentleman from Airbnb being an American company with the profits going offshore out of Canada. I'm just wondering if you're following up the issue, if you're aware of the hotel ownership in terms of many hotels being owned by American companies, either corporately or franchised, with the profits going offsite, either internationally or American. Are you aware?
Yeah, of course.
Of ownership as it relates to hotels in the city?
I'm guessing the hotels are a mixture of locally owned and globally owned. I'm also guessing that they pay commercial tax, and they pay all kinds of other taxes, and they hire staff that live in the city. I believe they contribute more to our economy than Airbnb does.
Okay, but it's but if you knew that the vast majority of those are all non-Canadian ownership, Do you think that that changes the perspective that those
Well,
visitors that are staying here come into the city and they all spend in the city at restaurants or in the local economy, but does it change your perspective that the majority of those profits are going out of Canada?
not really, because again, those hotels, they hire local people, and those customers are adhering to local laws and they're paying taxes. So I don't think a lot of Airbnb's taxes come back to the city.
Okay. But they are now paying, I believe, is it correct that they're paying the destination marketing taxes and fees?
I believe it's 3%, and Airbnb's
Yes.
not paying it, their customers are.
Well, it's the same with the hotels, I believe, that it's the customers that are paying it. So they're following the same process. Is that right? That whether it's a guest in a hotel or guest in Airbnb, paying that 3% that's going back.
That may be true, but I believe the hotels also pay taxes.
Right.
I believe another speaker is with the
clarify.
hotel industry, so maybe he or she can speak to that more than I can.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Rubik. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Very much appreciate you staying tonight.
Thank you.
The third speaker on our list is Rohana Razel. And Ms. Razel, are you here?
Hello, can go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. There was a bit of a weird noise, but I think it's cleared up a little, so go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thanks again, Chair and Council, for giving me the chance to speak tonight for the second time. Right now, so I just looked at the city's dashboard, the Airbnb dashboard, and as of May 7th, there are approximately 5,300 units in the city. Now, on March 17th, there were 5,900, so that's a drop of 600 units. And at the same time, we have identified scores, I'm thinking close to 100, former Airbnb units that are on Craigslist. Some of them are easy to identify because they mention the fact that this used to be on Airbnb and had a 5-star rating. So of the 5,300 that are active right now, 3,500 are entire home listings. Again, on the City of Vancouver dashboard, the city has issued less than 3,000 licenses. So you have anywhere between 500 and 2,300 units that are unlicensed. Of the entire home listings, around 2/3 are rented out full-time. That means they have complete calendar availability. So we have around 2,300 full-time entire home listings. I call them FEHL, fail. So those are 2,300 units that could be homes for families in Vancouver. So this motion is in the context of a post-COVID-19 world, on a post-COVID-19 recovery. I firmly believe City of Vancouver should commit itself to a just recovery and not just a recovery. A recovery where homes are gobbled up by ruthless multinational corporations cannot be part of such a just recovery. I believe that Councillor Fry's motion will go a long way towards ensuring a just recovery. I support every clause of this motion, but I want to specifically voice my support for clauses B, C, and D. Clause B. As I mentioned earlier, we have seen a number of short-term rental hosts believing that, I've seen the chatter on Airbnb forums, and I've seen a number of short-term rental hosts continuing to try to list their units long-term through Airbnb because they think that by doing so, they can circumvent the tenancy laws in BC. At the same time, Airbnb has pivoted in that direction because they have now added a tab on their screen, on their UI, that says that lets you select by monthly rentals. What both parties seem to forget is that this is a violation of Section 15 of the Residential Tenancy Act. Airbnb cannot be charging people for long-term rents, for long-term rentals. And I'm glad Clause B is here because that provides necessary clarity here. For Clause C, about taxes, if you're running a hotel, pay taxes like a hotel. Not doing so is unfair by ordinary residents like me who pay taxes as residents, and we treat our homes as homes. I'm a renter, but I still pay taxes through my rents. It's also unfair for hotels who pay commercial taxes and a whole heap of other taxes. It doesn't matter if it's owned. I mean, I'd like it if it were all locally owned, but even if the hotels are not, even the ones that are not locally owned, they do still pay payroll taxes and a whole bunch of other corporate taxes, as well as commercial property taxes. Clause D. Again, as Ulrike mentioned earlier, starter buildings have real difficulty figuring out which units are short-term rented out. And, the building managers and the strata councils, they have done a pretty good job of enforcing, far better than the city. So this information is not private information. This is information about a business. Business information is not governed by privacy regulations. And I'd like to recommend a further step. I would once again suggest that the city start demanding Airbnb and other short-term rental platforms to implement rental night caps on the platform side. For example, in Paris, Airbnb disables a listing the moment it hits 90 days in a calendar year. We should do the same. This should help take most of the non-principal residences out of short-term rental platforms. Once again, for the second time tonight, I applaud Councillor Fry for bringing a very urgent motion forward, and I urge the Council to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rizal, and thank you so much for your perfect timing. Yes, go ahead. A point of procedure. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Councillor Young.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Do we need to reconvene before 10 o'clock in Council to pass the completed work of the committee? I'm noting the time.
No, we have. Well, I will check in with the clerk, but I believe that we can do that. We've extended the meeting to finish the speakers, but Madam Clerk, would that extend the meeting? When we extend the meeting, would we reconvene at that time in council to pass? Yes, I believe that we still can, but Madam Clerk, can you just confirm that we are going to be able to do that?
Yes, Chair Carr, you are correct.
Okay, so it will happen before we end the evening, but after we hear the speakers. Yeah,
thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Fry, with questions.
Yeah, Mr. Rizal, thanks for speaking today, and I just want to quickly get you to expand a little bit more on what the limits look like and where you've seen other cases of a different level of responsibility in the relationship with Airbnb. You mentioned in Paris that Airbnb would remove the listings after 90 days?
Disable the listings after 90 days so that they can be booked for the rest of the year. And in places like Santa Monica in the United States, Airbnb does the enforcing. So now you asked a question from an earlier speaker about the MOU. We have an MOU which essentially puts the entire onus on the city to take any enforcement action. So if the city finds a unit that's non-compliant, the city can't ask Airbnb. I mean, I guess the city is able to ask Airbnb to take it down, but the Airbnbs are no obligation to take it down, and they don't face any consequences for carrying non-compliant listings.
I'm sorry, so you're saying explicitly in the MOU. There's no obligation of accountability on the part of the Airbnb operator.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. And this has been.
But in other jurisdictions, there is.
Yes. Now, it's very easy to figure out which jurisdictions there is because those are the jurisdictions that were sued by Airbnb. If any city passes any regulation that Airbnb doesn't like, Airbnb has a long history of taking cities, and even I believe they even took the entire state of Hawaii to court to challenge such regulations. So, the fact that Airbnb is not entirely worried about what's the MOU or city's regulations tell me that it's not really hurting them.
Interesting. Okay. Lastly, Mr. Rezel, do you have any theories about the discrepancy between the number of licenses we've issued at the City of Vancouver for short-term rental and then the number of apparent listings for short-term rental in the city, which is quite a bit higher than the licenses?
Yeah, lots of them have not been renewed. There are a whole bunch that are obviously fake, and there are a whole bunch that are claiming exemptions where they cannot claim exemptions, and then you have a whole bunch of licenses that start with 18 and another group that start with 19, which means they are expired licenses. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Rezel.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Those are your questions. But again, thank you so much for coming to speak with us.
Thank you.
And yes, thank you. And Council, I believe Michelle Travis is not on the line. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Chair Kerr, that is correct.
Okay, moving on then to our fifth speaker, Ingrid Jarrett.
Good evening. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank goodness. I'm really admiring you as councillors of the City of Vancouver, giving up your evenings in such a way. I have submitted a letter. I'm the president and CEO of the BC Hotel Association, so I'm hoping this doesn't sound too self-serving. I suppose my key points here are currently what the hotel community in Vancouver is facing. I don't think this is about protecting the hotel industry as much as it is ensuring that there is an even playing field for the hotel community that lives and works in the City of Vancouver to support Vancouver as one of the most outstanding international destinations. The fact of the matter is, within this pandemic, we have more than 25 hotels in Vancouver that are currently closed. That equates to just under 6,000 rooms that are currently closed. And on average, to reopen those hotels, you're looking at between $40,000 and $60,000. And that's from anything from an elevator contract to hiring and retraining under the new work health and safety protocols that we have developed as an industry to ensure British Columbia and Vancouver can regain its position in the market when it's time to recover from this pandemic. Both the BC CDC, the Ministry of Health, and WorkSafe BC are completely supportive and completely aligned with the training and best practices and safety protocols that we'll put in place to ensure that we get it right the first time when we're given the nod to reopen. The difference between the hotel industry and the short-term rental industry is pretty significant. And Councillor Fry, I have to acknowledge you for doing the background detail. First of all, there is nothing non-commercial about the commercial entities that are renting out short-term rentals. And our research tells us the majority of people with short-term rentals are in fact commercial operators. We pay commercial city tax, we pay commercial business license, we pay commercial insurance to ensure that our guests are safe, our contents are safe, our buildings are safe, and we make sure that in addition to that, our employees are safe. We adhere to all the provincial and the federal regulatory regimes. We're transparent with licensing, and at any time, WorkBC can come in and ensure that we're compliant. This is not the case for Airbnb or VRBO. Within the licensing framework with the City of Vancouver, currently you will know where the building is, but you will not know which apartment within a building is actually being a short-term rental. I know this personally from managing stratified properties for many years, and I can tell you that one of the frameworks of setting up a strata property is when they were set up, there was no short-term rental. So now, within the building repairs and maintenance and cleanliness housekeeping standards, nobody ever dreamed that there would be units within a commercial building that would be rented out by the night that would demand a heightened sense of health and safety and security. I believe for the City of Vancouver to reopen and ensure it regains its place in the marketplace, we have to get it right the first time. And this is a critical piece where until the Airbnb hosts and Airbnb as a company, which I would like to point out does not own any real estate and is a larger company internationally than Marriott, which almost owns more than anybody could imagine. It owns no real estate, but yet also holds no responsibility for compliance. And so I would just suggest that if there can be adherence to safety protocols and inspections through the inspection framework within British Columbia to ensure that we make sure that British Columbia is not at risk, especially during and recovering from this pandemic, that would make an even playing field. I'd also like to suggest that when we look at the number of people that are currently employed in the hotel industry in Vancouver, those people currently, the majority of them, travel from long distances where their families are in order to work in the city core. And I completely support this council in considering those short-term rentals that are now long-term rentals. What would it be to the livability of this city to ensure that people weren't spending 2 or 3 hours a day commuting because there is a lack of livability in the downtown core?
Okay, I'm sorry, that is it for your time, Ms. Jarrett, but you do have questions. Okay, that's great. Councillor Fry, go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ms. Jarrett, for waiting as long as you have to speak. I do want to highlight and appreciate some of the sort of corporate responsibility roles that you've outlined. Where obviously work safe and full-time employment, and paying commercial taxes, and generally the safety and standards and sort of accountability that one expects from members of the hotel association and businesses in general. I just want to tease out because I've stayed in Airbnbs and Verbos, and I also like that kind of style of self-catering apartment vacationing, right? Because that's how I like to roll. So I get that it's a valid choice for folks, and I think it's about fairness. If I'm interpreting some of what you're saying, and of course we want to see the hotel industry recover, and we want to see tourism recover, and we want to recognize that people may want that short-term rental kind of option. What, to your mind, would be the key asks to evening the playing field then, to allow short-term rental to also coexist and be part of the recovery? What needs to happen to make that more fair, though?
Thank you for that question. We've always said this is not about competition, and we mean that. And you can see the stats to support that. They are in business. These people, and when you look at how many Airbnb or VRBO owners have multiple properties, they are commercial businesses. They need a commercial business license. They need to pay commercial taxes. They need to ensure that the heightened number of people that are coming and going, that they have commercial insurance, that they make sure that they look after that. The other part of it is making sure that they're compliant with best practices and health and safety protocols, especially right now. There is zero tolerance right now for anybody that is under the radar and it doesn't understand that they need a safety plan, they need training, and they need to be compliant with the directives from the Ministry of Health. So those are the key parts. You know, the other part of it is, yes, they do pay some MRDT, but we also pay, I mean, there's so many things the hotel community pays because they're completely integrated in the community. So the fair playing field is based on those tax pieces and making sure you know exactly where they are and that they can be checked at any time. So they're compliant and they don't undermine the market position that we've worked so hard to secure.
Okay, that's pretty much my time. So thanks, Ms. Jarrett.
Great, thank you. And thank you so much, Ms. Jarrett, for staying so late to speak to us. That's very much appreciated by Council. Council, I'm just going to read through. We have one speaker that was not on the line, but as per our new protocol, I'm going to ask if Michelle Travis is on the line.
I am. Can you hear me?
That's great. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Travis. Yeah, go ahead.
Great. All right, and I'll be brief. Everybody's had a long day. Good evening, councillors. My name is Michelle Travis, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Unite Here Local 40 in support of the motion before council. We've long held concerns about the impact short-term rentals have on our housing market. These platforms have contributed to our housing shortage and to an affordability in Vancouver and other major cities across Canada. No doubt, COVID has upended the travel and tourism industry this year and expected to have an impact well into 2021 and beyond. This also poses a very different landscape for the short-term rental market. For starters, it could lead to the opening of needed housing stock for long-term rentals, which is positive news for renters. You know, it is clear to us short-term rental operators are running a commercial business and not licensed like one, acting like hotel operators without being treated like other hotel operators. One of the things that jumps out to us as a concern is, you know, particularly given the need of heightened safety standards right now in the midst of COVID, you know, we're particularly compelled by the need for proper oversight over accommodations when it comes to health and safety. We do wonder who will assess the proper safety protocols for short-term rental operators. We wonder, will it be the platforms and who keeps them accountable? We agree with a point made in the motion that, and I quote, inconsistent cleaning and related mitigation efforts by short-term rental operators may subject the city to further pandemic outbreaks and potential damage, reputational damage. And related to that, we also agree that there should be transparency regarding the addresses of those engaged in the short-term rental business. We think this will create stronger oversight of short-term rentals and could serve as a deterrent to those who don't want to comply with the city's regulations. So Unite Here at Local 40 supports this motion. In addition, we also think it would be timely for council to direct staff to explore how the city can further enhance enforcement mechanisms so that platforms are not permitting hosts to list multiple properties. Vancouver's regulations say hosts can only rent out their principal residence, yet illegal listings do still occur. Such a study should involve a review of the city's memorandum of understanding with Airbnb. Vancouver, you know, can penalize hosts that violate city rules, but compliance could be further strengthened by permitting platforms to be penalized for violations as well, such as in the case in other cities like San Francisco. And we think this, this is a good time for the city to review this before the short-term rental market gets out of hand again. We think this is a good time to study the points raised in today's motion, as well as to identify other ways the city can tighten up enforcement of short-term rentals. This review could lead to positive changes that will make Vancouver safer and more livable for residents as we emerge from the pandemic recession. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you particularly for phoning in at such a late hour to be able to speak to us. Council really does appreciate that. There are no questions for you, so again, have a good evening. Okay, Council, we are done the speakers, and as you know, we've referred the debate and decision to the council meeting following the standing committee on Boy, I'm just trying to remember the date. The 9th, I believe it is,
June
Madam Clerk?
10th.
June 10th. Great. So the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete, and we will convene in council. Over to you, Deputy Mayor DeGenova.
Thanks so much, Chair Carr. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations.
So
Do I have a mover?
So moved,
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair Carr. A seconder? Could I get a seconder, please?
Fry.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. All those in favor, please say yay.
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 Yay. Okay. All those opposed, please say nay. Okay, that passes with unanimous support. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Hardwick adjourn, please, motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. I need a seconder.
Weeb, second.
Thank you. I heard Councillor Weeb first, so Councillor Weeb, seconder. All in favor, please say yay.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none opposed, the motion carries. Thanks, Council. This meeting is adjourned.
Thanks all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Night.
Right.